1 minute, check your phones. Okay, let's get the preliminaries out of the way. What day is today? Good morning. Good morning. We are back on the record. The time is 8 a.m. The date is June 15th, 2025. The commission and its staff are again appearing from the commission's Bollinger Room in Helena, Montana. This is the fifth day of the scheduled public hearing in docket 2024.05.053 involving the application of Northwestern Energy for authority to increase retail electric and natural gas utility service rates and for approval of service schedules, cost allocation, and rate design. To begin the day, I will first ask for public comment. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records, so please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. To ensure we can get the witnesses who have traveled to be here today, we will need to impose time limits on public comment. We have 9 commenters, and so we will go with 3 minutes, 3 minutes each. If you run over, I will not allow past 4. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include, okay. Let's see, by show of hands, how many people are here in person who have signed up and would like to provide public comment today? 1, 2, 3, and number 4 is out there. So we are where we're supposed to be. We have 1 hour reserved for public comment. So I'm repeating this, 4 minutes to speak, no more than 5, otherwise we won't get through. We will begin with any commenters in the room. And so I've called your names. We'll take testimony in that order. So please line up so we don't spend a lot of time walking up to the podium. I will call on those who have registered first. Please state your name and the town where you live. We do not need your physical address, just the town. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the Commission's REDDI portal or by emailing pschelp@mt.gov. So would the first commenter care to approach, please? That would be Todd O'Hare.
Mr. President, did you say June 15th or June 13th?
13th, correct?
Thank you.
Okay. It's a good thing you mentioned that. Joining me today are myself, Commissioner Wellborn, Commissioner Bukacek, Vice President Fielder. Commissioner Pinocchio will be here. He's running a little late. So we have our minimum of 3. We have a quorum. Todd, Mr. O'Hare, would you care to begin? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Todd O'Hare, last name spelled O'Hair. I am the president and CEO of the Montana Chamber of Commerce. The Montana Chamber of Commerce is the state's largest business advocacy organization, representing over 2,000 members, ranging from sole proprietors to publicly traded companies, and in business sectors that include agriculture, natural resources, retail, manufacturing, and high tech. And as a quick background, we are guided by a strategic plan that was put into place by business leaders across the state of Montana, representing all of those business sectors that I just referenced. That strategic plan was a 10-year plan that was put into place in 2016. And business leaders in 2016 told us that in order to grow Montana's economy, this organization should focus on general business climate, entrepreneurship, infrastructure, and workforce development. Notably, energy was not amongst the pillars that was suggested by business leaders in 2016 for us to focus on. As we are preparing for our next 10-year strategic plan, which will begin in 2027, as we're polling and conversing with business leaders around the state, energy has become one of those issues that I am confident will be part of our strategic plan going forward. And it is because as business leaders look at Montana's economy, look at the supply and the growing economy that we have, not only in Montana, but in the region, there is growing concern that we're going to run into energy deficits, particularly in energy electricity generation. And so that's why we are here in support of this proposal and our strong support, because we believe that this is an appropriate sort of investment. We believe that this is prudent for the time as we look forward to the amount of electricity generation that is going to be needed for a growing economy in the years to come. I think this is particularly important given the fact that there is a very high barrier to entry for electricity generation and the construction of electricity generation, both from a time perspective, when you consider the amount of time that it takes to permit, and the amount of investment and the significant investment that it takes in order to implement or invest in new electrical generation. And so as we look ahead over the course of the next 10 years, we believe that electricity generation and energy in general will be either an opportunity or a threat to the state, depending upon how we address it. And if we address it in a proactive nature, such as this investment that Northwestern Energy has made, we believe that it will be an opportunity for the state rather than a threat. And so in quick summary, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we believe that this is prudent, appropriate to ensure long-term, affordable, and reliable electricity for the state of Montana. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hare. Next, we will have a letter read into the record by our own Tina Shorten.
Thank you. I'm Tina Shorten, staff at the commission, and I'm going to be reading a written comment submitted by Bob Lake from Hamilton, Montana. His last name is spelled L-A-K-E. He is a former state senator and representative and a former chair of the Montana Public Service Commission. Chairman and members of the Montana Public Service Commission, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony regarding Northwestern Energy's request for a rate adjustment. My name is Bob Lake. I am a former state senator and representative and a former chair of this very commission. I've spent a good portion of my public service career engaged in utility regulation and energy policy, and I speak today not only as a former policymaker, but as a concerned Montanan who understands the challenges of keeping our energy system reliable and affordable. Montana is at an energy crossroads. If we do not continue to invest in firm, dispatchable power generation that can be turned on when needed, then Montanans will inevitably face shortages of usable energy. That's not a prediction, that's a certainty based on simple supply and demand. There is a lot of enthusiasm around solar and wind energy, and rightfully so. They are an important part of the modern energy portfolio. But let's be clear, they are not reliable around the clock. The wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. And when they don't, we need a dependable energy source to step in and meet the demand. That's where dispatchable power becomes essential. Battery storage is often held up as a solution to renewable intermittency, but the truth is that current storage technology is nowhere near the scale required to back up Montana's grid during high demand periods. Worse, battery development and disposal pose their own environmental challenges, something that often gets lost in the conversation about clean energy. When local generation isn't sufficient and we have to purchase energy on the open market, those costs spike and they get passed directly to customers, that's not sustainable, and it's not in the best interest of Montana ratepayers. Northwestern Energy's investment in new capacity, particularly dispatchable generation, isn't just prudent, it's necessary. Without it, the risk of brownouts and blackouts become real. More critically, the cost volatility that results from energy shortfalls and market purchases will hit Montana families and small businesses the hardest. If we want to responsibly integrate more renewable resources into our grid, and I believe we should, then we must first ensure the backbone of our energy system is solid. That means maintaining and expanding our dispatchable generation capacity today. For all these reasons, I support Northwestern Energy's request for a rate adjustment. It is an investment in energy security, grid reliability, and price stability for Montana ratepayers. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for that assistance. Next, we will have Gail Joslin.
Good morning. My name is Gail Joslin, Joslin, and I live in Helena. My family has deep roots in Montana, having been here for 6 generations. And for the average person like me, living in Montana means working hard to make a living in the place that we love. Montana is the place to which I have dedicated my career in life as a public servant scientist for nearly 8 decades. I'm retired and live on a fixed income and rely on Social Security, which I hope remains solvent. Corporate raiders seem to be in control and are successfully extracting as much wealth as possible on the backs of Montana citizens and its environment. A monopoly like Northwest Energy only cares about its bottom line, which is why the Public Service Commission exists, to act in the best interest of the people of Montana. It has been excruciating to watch and then experience the cavalier behavior in the past few years when huge rate hikes have been sanctioned over the pleas of thousands of Montanans. In just the past 5 years, Montana residents have had to additionally shoulder a 22% cost of living increase. But for energy alone, we have seen a 28% rate hike in just the last 2 years, and now that cumulative hike has gone to over 40%. All to underwrite an over-budget, widely opposed, and environmentally damaging new gas plant and to shore up a crumbling, filthy coal strip power plant. At the same time, the monopoly refuses to develop its vast renewable options in a place where wind and sun are prolific. The percentage of renewable, primarily wind, power generated by our neighboring states in North Dakota and Nebraska is more than double what Montana produces, in some cases triple. In fact, 16 states produce more renewable energy than does the Big Sky country. Northwest Energy should be ashamed of themselves, but they have no shame, which is why we need the PSC to take the reins and control this runaway horse so we, the citizens, do not continue to be trampled. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. We have 2 late additions to this. Diane Hammer and Michael. Proceed.
Hi, my name is Michael Hudson, Hudson. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. I've come a long way this morning. I want to start. I work with Families for a Livable Climate. I'm a volunteer for them, and I know I've seen many of you before, and we don't agree on some things, but I think today we can agree on one common value, which is that we want Montana families to have affordable and reliable energy. I'm a father, that's why I'm here today, and every month I have to figure out how to balance our bills. I'm also a small business owner, and every month at work I have to figure out how to balance my bills. A 39% increase over 2 years is a greater increase than anything else in my budget, home or at work, more than fuel, more than groceries, more than taxes, more than any of it. This is too much. We are being squeezed. And I know that Northwestern said that this increase will actually really just be like an extra Big Mac and Coke a month. But you know, and I know that that relies on them selling 3 times more power on the open market than they ever have before. Maybe they can do it. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to happen, but it's a gamble that I don't think should be put on us. Right now, already, our power is one of the most expensive in the Pacific and Intermountain Northwest. You know that. We know that. And we know that it does not have to be this way. We're more expensive than places that are more rural than us, more expensive than other places in Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. It does not have to be this way. Those states also have reliable power. We know what's going on. Northwestern is incentivized to build more expensive stuff because that's how they make more money. And I don't blame a business for trying to make more money. That's what they do. And this is why we need you to stand between us and this monopoly and advocate for Montana families. And as far as like renewables and wind and solar, we know that they're less expensive. $30 a megawatt hour for solar, 40 to 60 for wind, and the Laurel plant at $178 a megawatt hour. Now, I know that the wind doesn't always shine, or the sun doesn't always shine, and the wind doesn't always blow. We know that. And we know that there are multiple ways to increase reliability, continued participation in regional markets, demand-side management, and battery storage. Contrary to what folks are saying, you can get it for $100 a megawatt hour. It is reliable, it is dispatchable. And honestly, like Texas, for example, and other red states are adding battery storage at a rate that has never been seen before. And they're not doing it because of climate. They're doing it because it's affordable and reliable. Please stand with Montanans, stand with families, and vote no. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Next is Diane. Diana, I assume, is here.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Diana Hammer, Hammer. I live here in Helena. I couldn't agree more with the previous two commenters. There's a lot at stake here, and you hold the control, and you're acting on our behalf. You're elected to support ratepayers and make decisions on our behalf. And I am a small business owner. I am a landlord. I try to keep my rents affordable, and my tenants, as the previous two commenters have said, have seen their rates, just as I have, go up 40% in addition to property taxes. And it's unaffordable. We're a poor state, and my tenants are paying a greater and greater proportion of their young people. They don't make a lot of money, and it's becoming increasingly unaffordable for them. So please take that into consideration as you make this decision about yet another increase in our residential and small business utility rates on behalf of Northwestern Energy. We don't need to do this. We have choices. There are lots of opportunities here, and it does not have to be borne on the backs of small ratepayers like my tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. We're going to move on to online. I'll read the names. If you could prepare to unmute and be ready. Jake Krylik, Julia Shada, Andy Kudik, Larry Bean. And
hello, can you hear me?
Who's this? This Jake?
This is Jake Krylik.
Jake, we can hear you loud and clear. Please start. Please continue.
Good morning. My name is Jake Krylik, and my wife Heather and I and our family, my daughters Tashina and Violet and our son Uriah, own Lake Missoula Tea Company. We started our business in 2012 at a time when energy rates were much more affordable, and I can attest that they are now out of control. Our business consists of retail, wholesale, and online sales, and as Lake Missoula Tea Company has steadily grown over the past 13 years, we recently purchased a larger warehouse to meet our growth. Needless to say, Northwestern's rate hikes will not help our bottom line. Northwestern Energy hiked rates in 2023 and is raising them again, this time by 20%, all on the backs of local ratepayers and businesses. This was done without any public hearings or citizen input. Given the rapid increase in the overall cost of living in Montana since COVID-19, Montanans need affordable energy rates to make ends meet. Our company is strongly opposed to these rate hikes and would respectfully call on the members of the Public Service Commission to rein in Northwestern Energy. I think it's incumbent on the PSC to take a long, hard look at Northwestern Energy's portfolio and start to devise cheaper and more sustainable energy so that we have a grid that works for Montana ratepayers. Gas and coal plants are too economically risky and in my mind are not sustainable. Lake Missoula Tea Company relies on procuring sustainable sources of tea from producers around the world, and we expect Northwestern Energy to pursue more sustainable energy sources, ones based on wind and solar and combined with short and long-term energy storage technologies. These make far more sense if we are to achieve a reliable energy grid that meets the needs of all Montana ratepayers, be they consumers or businesses like our own. To conclude, one cannot have reliability in our energy sector without environmental sustainability. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I trust that the PSC will address these ongoing harms to all Montanans. Thank you.
Jake, could you spell your last name, please?
My last name is spelled K-R-E-I-L-I-C-K, and the first name is Jake.
Thank you, Jake. Is Julia Shada online?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Julia Shada, S-H-A-I-D-A. I live in Bozeman, and I thank the commissioners and I appreciate your service. I'm speaking up to oppose the significant rate hike. It does, as others have mentioned, follow hard on the heels of the fall 2023 hike, and so it is raising rates by about 40% in a mere few years. This is happening at a time when young families and retired seniors in my neighborhood are struggling to pay for rising housing costs, property taxes, and medical care. Where I live, we do not have a choice for where to shop for energy. For us, Northwestern is it, and we, the ratepayers, are being asked to fund bad business decisions. By building the Laurel gas plant and by committing to more coal production in Colstrip, Northwestern Energy is investing in the most expensive and precarious energy sources there are. Northwestern claims that gas and coal are needed because of their reliability. We need to ask, are they truly more reliable? Last summer, Colstrip's Unit 3 failed during a period of high demand on July 17th and was offline for a week. Then Unit 4 failed as demand peaked on July 23rd. The Colstrip plant has been down at some of the worst possible times during both brutal cold snaps and searing heat waves. It sat idle while we had to pay more for imported power, which was especially expensive during those peak events. We do not yet have data for the Laurel plant, but the assurances of reliability do not hold up. We can all agree that the building of a massive gas plant costs a gargantuan amount and represents a sizable commitment on the part of the utility. And yet Northwestern has undergone no risk, has instead relied on ratepayers to cover the gamble. Northwestern now seems willing to simply bypass PSC oversight. They want to have it both ways. They have circumvented the public process to build the plant, and now they rely on the public to pay. Consider it like this. Your teenager takes your car without permission, gets in an accident, and then demands that you pay for the damage because it's your car. Northwestern is the teenager, and the ratepayer is the parent who foots the bill. As others have mentioned, the world has changed, and renewable technologies are now cheaper. This is great news we can celebrate, and we can move toward these cheaper energy sources. It is prudent to do so. Yet Northwestern has made heavy expenditures to build infrastructure for the most expensive kind of energy there is. I urge you to vote no and demand that Northwestern protects consumers better. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Is Andy Kudik online? Andy Kudik.
I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Andy Kudik, and that's spelled Kudick. I actually live in Fort Collins, Colorado, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide my support for Northwestern Energy this morning. I'm going to focus more on the expenses for maintaining the existing infrastructure. I'm the president of Intech Services, Inc., which is a contractor that provides power line inspection and maintenance services for electric utilities. I have a degree in forestry. I've been working within the utility industry for over 30 years. I serve on several industry committees and recently served as president of the AWPA, which is an industry standards organization that establishes standards for utility wood preservative treatments. Intech has been working with Northwest Energy for the past 10 years, primarily in support of Northwest Energy's wood pole inspection and treatment program. Northwest Energy demonstrates that they're a top-tier utility through their ongoing commitment to this program by consistently meeting their annual targets for both transmission and distribution pole inspections and maintenance. Through this program, they have increased the reliability of their system, mitigated failure risks, while extending the life of their wood pole assets. Outside of California and a few other states where pole inspection programs are mandated, many utilities are not as dedicated as Northwestern Energy has been to its program. Unfortunately, in many other utilities, pole inspection is one of the programs that often gets curtailed or been postponed for multiple years when budgets become tight, and then the impact of that is felt later in later years. In addition, our team of inspectors, which are mostly Montana residents, has more recently been working with Northwest Energy to perform ground patrols for both distribution and transmission facilities. The goal of these patrols is to inspect Northwest Energy's facilities to identify conditions that may require mitigation to maintain or improve both reliability and help ensure the safety of their facilities for both Northwestern Energy employees and the public. Special attention has been given to facilities in areas of high fire risks to help ensure that the equipment that might have aged to the point of failure or could otherwise contribute to a fire ignition is identified for replacement or repair. Finally, we have also provided limited drone virtual inspections for Northwestern Energy in areas of Northwest Energy's system with elevated fire risk and are aware that Northwestern Energy has recently implemented a programmatic approach to such inspections. These type of inspections enable top-down viewing of poles and equipment, including zooming in on high-resolution photos so inspectors can assess whether pole tops and equipment are in good shape and not in danger of failing and perhaps starting a fire. The wood pole inspection and maintenance program, coupled with the ground patrols and drone-enabled inspections, combine to help ensure Northwestern Energy facilities are thoroughly inspected and that conditions warning mitigation are identified and can be addressed to help ensure reliability, safety, and minimize potential fire ignition hazards. In summary, I just wanted to stress that I feel a Northwestern Energy proactive and consistent approach to inspection, usually utilizing the latest technology, is helping to ensure system reliability and safety now and into the future. I believe Northwestern Energy's management teams are continually looking for improved ways to maintain the existing infrastructure as well as the safety of Northwest Energy's system. Based on my experience, I believe they continue to be among the leading utilities when it comes to maintaining their system. I appreciate the time.
Sir.
Thank you.
Well, no, you can go on. Just begin your summary, if you would.
That was it. I'm good.
Oh, well, timing is everything. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Larry Bean. Is Larry Bean online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. My name is Larry Bean. That's B as in boy, E-A-N. I'm from Billings. During these proceedings, we've heard from Northwestern Energy and others that the Yellowstone County Generation Station provides an absolute guarantee that we will not suffer the fate of Texas if a Montana-style Winter Storm Elliott were to happen here. But I've been reading several articles published in the Union of Concerned Scientists about the reliability of gas-fired plants in cold weather. They say this cold weather scenario is the very situation in which methane-fired generation plants are most likely to fail. They report that during Winter Storm Elliott in December 2022 in Texas, gas plants made up about 42% of the capacity of the storm-impacted area, but they also made up 63% of the capacity that failed during the storm. In other words, gas-fired generation was not any more reliable than any other energy type. In fact, as a side note, wind was the best performer during that particular event. The second thing that exacerbated the impact of these plants failing is that Texas did not have in place the ability to buy additional power off the grid. So let's not kid ourselves that this is a fail-safe solution to cold weather. What would reduce the risk of over-reliance on this gas-fired plant? Many analysts across the country seem to think that having a robust grid allowing producers to exchange energy is the best bet. And isn't this the very reason that the Department of Energy put in a $700 million into the $3.2 billion Northern Plains Connector, and in fact, which Northwestern Energy plans to own 10% of this? So I would ask, in terms of what ratepayers will have to pay, if you were to make a comparison, on one side of the ledger sheet, compare the fact that we really need this power on those cold nights, maybe 2 or 3 times every decade for a few days. And on the other side of the ledger sheet, compare the cost of the Yellowstone County Generation Station and its full costs, which I've heard the mention go into the billions when you add the operation, maintenance, and decommissioning costs that would, accompany this for the entire life, which would ultimately be cheaper for the ratepayer. And I think we need to know that before we really make an informed decision. Next, I'm skeptical of Mr. Byrd's claim that by accommodating data centers, we would actually see our power bills reduced. The Washington Post has an article about the impact of data centers across the country. The Post reported that in every example they could find, ratepayers saw higher rates when data centers were allowed onto the grid. If data centers were to come here, they could provide their own power, as you, Mr. President Molinar, did suggest in your cross-examination of Mr. Byrd. We even have a program, CPACE, that would allow them to reduce their costs of construction and help them set an example to be an asset, not a liability to Montana. Yet, Mr. Byrd gets to be the first one in line and to sell Northwestern as the only option that data centers have. I'm also troubled by the argument that we need power to support our refineries or the coming data centers or whatever next big business wants to come to Montana. This argument implies that we ratepayers need to pay more for our energy in order to support these types of mega users. It seems that whenever the needs of mega users and ratepayers mix, ratepayers always get the short end of the stick. And I'm troubled by the supposed selling point that we will be able to collect a significant amount of property tax from the Laurel plant. However, we all know, or should know, that Northwestern passes these property taxes to ratepayers. Property tax isn't a tax on Northwestern.
Sir, your 4 minutes are up. Could you please summarize in the next 1 minute?
Yes, thank you, sir. And all I'm asking is that you assure that ratepayers are presented a fair rate. And in doing so, if you could just keep us out of the fray of this wheeling and dealing with mega users that just suck the money out of ratepayers' pockets. Thank you very much for hearing me, and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Next, and this will be our last online and therefore presenter, Elizabeth Merrim. Are you online?
I am.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Elizabeth Merrim, Belgrade, Montana. And I am a senior citizen, and I live on a fixed income. And I'm considered a low income individual. So there's that. There are times when I think you're faced with very difficult choices, and this is not one of those times. I think your choice here is pretty straightforward. You should decline Northwest Energy request for a rate hike. The reason is Northwestern Energy has run away with the plot. They seem to think that you are irrelevant and they can do whatever they please. First, they built an entire new power plant in Laurel without your approval, when all of the people in Laurel opposed it. First, no big surprise, they show up and ask ratepayers to pay for it. You were elected for a reason, to keep an eye on monopolies so that captive customers don't take advantage of by powerful corporations. I presume you'd like to be able to do the job you were elected to do, and I'd like you to be able to do it. So first and foremost, I'm asking you to stand between Northwestern Energy and our wallets. Northwestern Energy leadership manipulates the system so that they can make more profits of us. It was reported that their CEO made a shocking $92,000 a week in 2024, and he doesn't even live in the state. So we have almost no say in the matter. We don't get to choose our energy sources. We don't get to choose our energy company. And we have no pathways to lower the prices that Northwestern Energy charges us. The only voice that we have is through you. They repeatedly doubled down on polluting the most expensive, least reliable energy sources for one basic reason. They make more money. I appreciate this argument may not have been compelling the first few times you heard it, but by now it should be very clear. Despite claiming that the Colstrip plant for reliable baseload is, despite claiming that it needs the Colstrip plant for reliable baseload, it is only available 51% of the time. And it's the dirtiest coal plant in the entire country with the highest rate of toxic emissions. Northwestern Energy will use every tool at their disposal. They will write the laws to benefit themselves. They will exploit loopholes. They will shove projects down our throat with no oversight from you and no input from us. And all the while they ask for money, more and more and more money. All the while they will double down on the dirtiest energy sources, more and more and more pollution. They will never stop. They will never change. But you can stop it. You have the power to do so. Montanans elected you to stand between us and this corporation. Use your powers. Do not approve this rate hike. This is a straightforward action you can take to restore the balance of power right now. And in the future, take a good long look at Northwestern Energy's resource planning. Doubling down on coal and gas will continue to lead us to this same place. And I'll be back giving these exact comments in years from now. You have better options. Montanans may not be a leader in innovative energy yet, but there's no reason we can't follow the example set by other utilities. 93% of new electricity generating capacity in 2025 is expected to be from wind, solar, and batteries, largely due to the lower cost and the speed of installation. Montana has the second highest wind potential in the country and the fourth highest solar potential. But Northwestern Energy shows little interest in these immense resources. I think that you all should take a closer look at this. There are so many ways that Northwestern Energy could lower our bills and clean our energy supply, but they willfully ignore options, and they don't mean to have, they don't, just because they willfully ignore these options doesn't mean that you have to. You're in charge. And I'm looking forward to watching you take charge and get Northwestern Energy back on track to being a responsible member of our statewide community. Thank you for your time and your concern.
Thank you for your participation. Okay, at this time, I've received a request that before we go straight into the meeting that we take a 5-minute, 10-minute recess. So we'll be back here at 8:50 and we will begin the segment of the rate request. Thank you. No water next 20 miles. Okay, we are back on the record. We are continuing with the requested rate review. Does Montana Consumer Council have, would you like to call your first witness?
Nope. The Montana Large Customer Group.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yep. Getting acronym spin going on here. Large Customer Group, would you like to call your first witness?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Large Customer Group would call Mr. Kevin Higgins to the stand. I will note that by agreement and with my appreciation for the parties, we're going to call two of our three witnesses today, Mr. Higgins and Mr. Bieber. Both are in the room. If you would like to swear them in collectively, we would ask that you would do so.
Where's the other?
Right there.
Please raise your right hand. Do you both promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion? Thank you very much. Take your seat. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Higgins. And if you could just make sure your microphone light is on and speak as close to the microphone as possible, that would be great. Mr. Higgins, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Kevin C. Higgins. First name Kevin, K-E-V-I-N, middle initial C, H-I-G-G-I-N-S.
Mr. Higgins, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal in the consulting firm Energy Strategies.
Mr. Higgins, on whose behalf are you appearing today?
I'm here on behalf of the Large Customer Group, which also goes by the initials LCG.
Okay. Mr. Higgins, I'm going to ask you about some testimony that you've presented in this proceeding, and I'm going to go through this in sort of a bucket. First, what has been marked as Exhibit LCG1 is your direct testimony. Mr. Higgins, did you cause that testimony to be prepared or have that prepared under your direction and supervision?
Yes.
I'll also note for the record that Exhibit LCG1 public is that same testimony, simply with the redactions of the confidential information. Okay. Secondly, Mr. Higgins, Exhibit LCG2 is your cross-intervenor testimony. And again, did you cause that to be prepared or have that prepared under your direction and supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Next, Exhibit LCG3 is your electric settlement testimony. Mr. Higgins, did you cause that to be prepared or have that prepared under your direction and supervision?
Yes.
And then lastly, Exhibit MT-LCG FEA 002 is your gas settlement testimony. First, I'll just note, in the context of that testimony, Mr. Higgins, can you confirm that that testimony was prepared and submitted on behalf jointly of the LCG and the federal executive agencies?
Yes.
Okay. And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, with an exception for the settlement, the electric settlement testimony, which we'll cover in just a moment. So accepting that, if I were to ask you the questions in LCG1, LCG2, LCG3, and MT LCG FEA 002, would your answers today under oath be the same?
Yes.
Okay, let's cover that exception. So, Mr. Higgins, in the LCG, prepared a response to discovery from MEIC, and in particular, discovery response MEIC 273. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And did you prepare that discovery response?
Yes.
Okay. And in that discovery response, and in answering that discovery response, that caused you to note an issue that had arisen in your testimony that was previously submitted?
Correct.
Okay. Would you please explain sort of what the issue was? And then if you would just walk through for the commission and the record what necessary changes there are to your pre-submitted testimony?
Certainly. At the time I prepared my testimony in support of the partial electric stipulation, I did not realize that in its rebuttal filing, Northwestern Energy had adopted one of my recommendations with respect to the rate-making treatment of the YCGS, namely the treatment of accumulated deferred income tax, or ADIT. Since Northwestern had in fact adopted that approach, the approach I recommended, it removed one of the two issues that was in contention between the large customer group and Northwestern Energy with respect to the rate-making treatment of YCGS. As a result, I would like to or need to correct my testimony in support of the partial electric stipulation, removing that issue as an issue in contention. And so as a result, that causes some of the numbers in my testimony to move by about $66,000. It's not a large change, but it is in the interest of having a correct record. I do need to make that correction.
Okay, can you please point the commission to the portions of, and I believe this is Exhibit LCG3, your electric settlement testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you please point the commission to the places in that testimony where that small numerical adjustment would need to get made, and for the record, just indicate what the corrected numbers ought to be?
Yes. On page 2, line 10, please replace the number $108,268,092 with the number $108,333,860. Then on page 3, in table 1, the column headed excluding PCAM, and in the row labeled if LCG YCGS adjustment is adopted, and please make the same change. That is, the correct number to be in that table, in that row and column, is $108,333,860. Then in the column headed including PCAM, similar change. The correct number should be $13,811,813,000. Then on page 4, line 8, please strike the number $867,750 and replace it with $801,982. And then finally, to make sure that my statement is correct, on page 4, line 4, please strike the last sentence, which says, "This issue remains in contention," and replace it with the following sentence. While Northwestern adopted my recommended treatment of ADIT for YCGS in its rebuttal filing, comma, its treatment of accumulated depreciation remains in contention. That concludes the corrections.
Okay, thank you. And then just to close out the loop on that, in the partial electric settlement, do you recall in Exhibit B there being a presentation of the revenue requirement under the stipulation incorporating the LCG's recommended adjustment to YCGS?
Yes.
And there's a number in that exhibit that quantifies that adjustment, and what I understand your testimony to be that that number should be similarly adjusted by that, I think it was $66,000, that you've discussed here in relation to your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, on a quick logistical note, we discovered, of course, this issue through the course of responding to the discovery, and on the record, Mr. Higgins has indicated that those corrections, from my perspective, that I believe addresses the issue sufficiently on the record, but I will just offer, to the extent the commission would desire that we produce a corrected version of the testimony, if that would be helpful for your purposes, we're happy to do that. If you're comfortable with the representations on the record, we are as well. So I defer to you and your counsel whether that's sufficient or not.
I think I'll just take this from the hip. Several of us, most of us, us being commissioners and staff sitting here, are doing this electronically with our shared drive. You might notice I'm using paper for various reasons. I don't know if commissioners were writing all that down and did it correctly and could look back. So if you could provide a corrected copy so that we can make a hard copy for myself and make the necessary replacements, and those that are doing it electronically can have an addendum or however it is they do these things electronically, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, happy to do that. And I'll also just offer to the parties that we would be happy to prepare a corrected version of that Exhibit B to the settlement. But since that was a collective effort, we'll socialize that before we circulate that. But we'll endeavor to prepare that and submit that through the course of the hearing, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So with all of that, Mr. President, I would move for the admission of exhibits LCG1, LCG1 Public, LCG2, LCG3, which will be the one that receives the correction, and MT LCG FEA 002. And I'll also, while I'm at it, move the admission of the LCG response to the data request MEIC 273 and the attachments, which, as Mr. Higgins testified, is the response which does the calculation supporting the correction.
Without exception to this motion, including the updates that we just talked about, is there any opposition? Seeing none, admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, lastly, just to help the commission understand these issues, can you please briefly describe why it is that, in your opinion, the commission ought to approve the electric settlement in the partial electric settlement, as well as the gas settlement in this case?
Certainly. In my opinion, both stipulations are the product of principled negotiation and compromise. Each stipulation incorporates several specific adjustments, including return on equity and depreciation expense, as well as unspecified adjustments that further reduce the revenue requirement by $1 million in the case of gas and by $800,000 in the case of electric. I find the unspecified adjustments are fair and efficient means to resolve revenue requirement issues that would have remained in dispute had the parties not entered the stipulations. And both the gas and the electric stipulations produce a revenue requirement that falls reasonably between the recommendations made by Northwestern on the one hand and the large customer group and the MCC on the other. Although the final stipulated amounts do fall somewhat closer to the large customer group's recommendations than Northwestern Energy's initial proposal. In my opinion, the stipulations represent a fair compromise on these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Mr. President, with that, Mr. Higgins is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission and staff.
I believe we would have cross-examination from interveners first. Would any interveners like to cross-examine this witness?
Yes, good morning, President Molnar and commissioners. The joint interveners have a few questions for Mr. Higgins. Good morning, Mr. Higgins.
Good morning.
Mr. Higgins, just for our education, can you, would you agree with me that Northwestern provides services in Montana that it's responsible to 2 jurisdictions?
In Montana, could you please qualify your question? Make sure I'm following it.
Well, is it correct that Northwestern offers retail services to its Montana customers according to tariffs approved by the Montana Public Service Commission?
Yes.
And there's a second jurisdiction, right?
Well, are you referring to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission?
Yes.
Mhm.
And the components of that at issue in this case are first, interstate transmission of electricity under Northwestern's open access transmission tariff or OAT.
And can you please, I want to make sure I'm understanding your question about that.
My question is just to confirm so we can have a bit of an outline for our discussion. I understand we're at issue in this case are transmission services provided under Northwestern's OAT, as well as ancillary services subject to FERC's jurisdiction. Is that right?
I don't know if I quite agree with that. I don't view the OAT services as being at issue per se in this proceeding, because I don't understand those to be under the jurisdiction of the Montana Commission. What is at issue or has been at issue is the manner in which, or in the extent to which, revenue credits are recognized and applied to the Montana jurisdictional revenue requirement. So the OAT charges themselves are not at issue. Those are regulated by the FERC. But how we credit those revenues in Montana jurisdictional rate making has been at issue.
Okay, thank you for that helpful correction. So the credit issue is that Northwestern collects transmission revenues from sales of its FERC jurisdictional transmission and ancillary services. And those revenues, or a portion of them, are credited against the retail revenue requirement. Is that the FERC credit you're talking about?
Yes.
And Northwestern's crediting methodology that we just described, that's a fixed credit, is that right?
When you refer to a fixed credit, yes, it's fixed in the sense that the amount of the credit is established in a general rate review, such as this one, and that credit is incorporated into base rates as an offset to the revenue requirement, and it does remain at that level until the next general rate review.
Okay, so if there are changes to the formula rate, that would not flow through to customers under the fixed credit methodology?
Correct. In between rate cases, it would not flow through to customers.
Okay. And would the revenue credit change as a result of any cost causation or change in the use of plants?
The FERC revenue credits would change based on two major possible events, right? One would be if the FERC rates themselves were changed, which can occur, of course, in formula rate making, or if the usage of the transmission system changed, that is the customers, the transmission customers that taking OAT service changed how much they were buying, that would also change the amount of the revenue.
And is it true that that would only change the credit in the next rate case?
Correct. It would only be recognized in rates in the next rate case.
Okay, so if Northwestern began collecting higher revenues in the FERC jurisdiction for transmission and ancillary services as a result of, for example, the addition of new resources to its FERC rates, or major changes in the use of plants, such as the addition of data centers, that wouldn't change how much retail customers are credited. Is that correct? Between rate cases?
Correct.
Okay. Does this potentially result in a situation where Northwestern is, where retail customers are required to effectively subsidize those transmission and ancillary services? Or, well, let me ask a different question. Does that potentially lead to a situation where Northwestern is collecting revenues for transmission and ancillary services that then are not credited to its retail customers at all?
That would occur potentially in between rate cases.
Okay.
Or rate reviews.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you note that Northwestern calculates retail rates, so say the transmission base rates, using a test year plus known and measurable changes in 2024 approach, right?
Yes.
But Northwestern deviates from this approach to calculate the revenue credit, doesn't it?
The transmission revenue credit, yes.
Okay, and solely for purposes of the transmission and ancillary services revenue credit, Northwestern uses a historical average of its FERC revenues, is that right?
That is correct.
And you testified that this methodology understates the amount of the credit that should flow to retail customers.
That is a correct characterization of my direct testimony, yes.
Okay, and you calculated what you proposed as the appropriate credit based on 2024 revenues, is that correct?
That is correct.
And those were significantly higher than Northwestern's derived revenues?
That is correct.
By how much?
The my recommended adjustment in my direct testimony was approximately $15 million greater than what Northwestern had proposed in its direct testimony. Although I will note that in its rebuttal testimony, Northwestern revised its number up by including 2024 in the average. And so at the time I filed my direct testimony, Northwestern was using an average that did not include 2024. In its rebuttal testimony, Northwestern did include 2024, which materially increased the average, but that average was still not as great as the actuals in 2024.
Do you know the delta there?
If you give me a moment, a moment, like 30 seconds, I can think about it. I can back into the number. In the settlement agreement, the partial electric settlement agreement, the agreed upon transmission revenue credit is in the neighborhood of about $83 million. And to get there, there was approximately $3 million added to Northwestern's rebuttal case as part of the stipulation. And so absent that stipulation that added $3 million, Northwestern's rebuttal case would have been about $80 million or so. And that would have represented an increase of about $5.5 million from their filed case.
Okay. If I'm following, and I left Gary's calculator behind this morning, so I may not be following, but if I'm following, does that mean that even in Northwestern's rebuttal testimony, the company would be over collecting on transmission and ancillary services, or under crediting for transmission and ancillary services to its retail customers about 9.5 million or 9.7 million?
Are you referring to my original recommendation? Upon reviewing Northwestern's rebuttal testimony, I felt that they had an explanation, a reasonable explanation, as to why the 2024 transmission revenues, the actuals, were as high as they were. And that was their explanation was that it was high because they were recovering an under recovery from the prior year. Okay. And so I felt in reviewing that rebuttal that even though I am still a proponent of using 2024 and not a 3-year average as the basis for the transmission revenue credit, I felt that their explanation and rebuttal caused me to believe that using the 2024 actuals as they were might be too high. And I will further state that my preference in terms of the best indicator for the transmission revenue credit in this case was Northwestern's projected transmission revenues for 2024. Unfortunately, that number is confidential. And I was very hesitant to use a confidential adjustment in this case because it is an important number. And as a result, I made an estimate of the actuals based on the information that had been provided for the first 9 months of 2024. At the end of the day, after Northwestern's rebuttal calculation was increased, well, by $2.8 million in the case of transmission revenues, the final result came out to be remarkably close to the company's projections for 2024. So in my view, by the time the stipulation was concluded, the transmission revenues reasonably reflected 2024 transmission revenues after taking account of perhaps some higher than average recovery to make up for the prior year shortfall. And so the number that is being credited as a result of the partial electric stipulation, $83 million, I believe is, in my view, is the right number.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. The how many rate cases have you been involved in for Northwestern in Montana? Or involving Northwestern in Montana?
Subject to check. This is at least my third case. Could be more.
And in how many of those cases has the FERC revenue credit methodology been at issue?
To my recollection, I've raised it in every case that I've done.
Does the partial electric stipulation between the settling parties settle the issue of the appropriate revenue credit methodology going forward?
It doesn't settle the approach with respect to methodology. In my view, it provides a good and reasonable evaluation for the credit in this case.
Okay. And based on your past experience, do you have reason to think that there will be no dispute about that methodology in future rate cases?
It could very well come up in future cases.
Would it be helpful for the commission to provide some direction to Northwestern in its final order in this case with respect to the methodology?
With respect to the electric parcel stipulation, the parties have agreed upon a result. I have my opinions about how the transmission revenue credit should be treated. And that is expressed in my direct testimony. And that is my recommendations with respect to methodology are not changed.
Okay. And would it be helpful if the commission provided direction to Northwestern so that when it files its next rate case, that methodology is, I won't say is not subject to dispute, but it lessens the potential for dispute?
I think offering that recommendation likely goes beyond what the parties have stipulated to. I would certainly leave it to the commission's discretion to assess the record and make any other determinations in that regard that they deem fit.
Your testimony also included an observation that Northwestern has not allocated any of the proposed wildfire mitigation and insurance costs to the FERC jurisdiction. Is that right?
That was a position I took in my direct testimony. Yes.
Okay, and you made an adjustment to the revenue requirement to account for that allocation that you advocated for, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the amount of that adjustment?
I could. It's in my testimony. If you give me a moment, I'm happy to look it up.
Okay, thank you. I believe, Mr. Higgins, it's on pages 19 through 25.
Thank you. Yes, what I'm trying to do is separate out the FERC revenue credit portion of that adjustment. The adjustment included a FERC revenue credit adjustment as well as another adjustment. And so I'm referring now to Exhibit KCH3, page 2 of 2. Line 12, with respect to the test year wildfire mitigation expense, my recommended FERC credit was about $3.5 million. You can see that in line 12, column D.
And
But there's more. With respect to the wildfire mitigation deferred expense, the recommended FERC credit was $3.5 million. And for wildfire insurance, my recommended FERC credit was about $630,000. That's on Exhibit KCH 5.
And do you happen to have in mind the total of those? It's okay if you don't. You don't need to do the math if it's, yeah. Okay. Was this issue addressed in the partial stipulation, which is to say, was there reduction to Northwestern's total revenue requirement to account for these line items?
Yes. In its rebuttal testimony, Northwestern accepted my recommendation to include a FERC credit for each of the items that I identified. Their calculation of the FERC credit was less than mine, but they did recognize it, and Northwestern's recognition of the FERC credit, as it was included in their rebuttal testimony, was therefore by extension included in this partial electric stipulation.
Understood. Do you know the delta between your recommended reduction and Northwestern's recognition of a credit in its rebuttal testimony?
I don't recall that number off the top of my head, candidly.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Certainly.
Is there further cross-examination from any of the interveners? Seeing none. Northwestern?
Thank you. Yes. Real quickly though, Mr. President, if I may, before I have some questions for Mr. Higgins, given the LCG's changes to Mr. Higgins' settlement testimony, which then directly impacted the electric settlement that's already been admitted as part of Ms. Lale's testimony in this case, Northwestern would move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 5 as amended, given that change.
Is there any opposition to this motion for the addition of NWE 5? Is that correct? Seeing none, admitted.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Higgins. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thank you.
Do you agree with me that the FERC revenue credit issue is resolved, which would include any disputes as to methodology for that credit?
I agree that it's resolved for the purposes of this case.
Thank you for that clarification. And Mr. Higgins, I believe in your testimony this morning, you had indicated that while we have settled on many electric issues, there are still some contested issues. One of it is cost recovery for the Yellowstone County Generating Station. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'll refer to that plant as YCGS for short. Mr. Higgins, you are familiar with Northwestern's request for rate-based treatment as it relates to YCGS, correct?
Yes.
And you are also aware that the commission requires the use of a historic test year adjusted for changes up to 12 months after the test year, which is known as the known and measurable period, correct?
Correct.
And wouldn't you agree that Northwestern, with respect to its filing in this case for YCGS, had requested an end of period rate-based treatment for YCGS as opposed to a simple average methodology?
Correct.
And I believe in your direct testimony, isn't it correct that you did not propose that the commission require the use of a simple average methodology for YCGS?
Correct. I indicated I did not endorse what Northwestern was requesting, but I was electing not to oppose it.
Very good. Mr. Higgins, though, you are requesting that the commission include a full year's worth of accumulated depreciation when determining the rate base for YCGS and calculating the revenue requirement, correct?
Correct.
And have you reviewed Northwestern's rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in Northwestern's rebuttal filing, it updated YCGS rate base amounts to reflect the actual accumulated depreciation related to YCGS as of December 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that these updates to actual amounts are consistent with Northwestern's end of period treatment for YCGS investment?
I disagree because Northwestern is simultaneously requesting a full year's of worth of depreciation expense going forward. And so in my view, that full year's worth of depreciation expense does not match properly with the end of period treatment for the plant.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Higgins, that for accumulated depreciation for Yellowstone at the end of 2024, the amount was zero?
I don't agree that the amount was zero for rate making purposes. If the company chooses not to book its depreciation until the end of the year, that's fine. But in this rate review, the company is seeking a full end of period treatment for its plant and service and a full 12 months of depreciation expense, even though the company did not incur a full 12 months of depreciation expense in the known and measurable period 2024. So in light of the exceptional treatment that the company is seeking for YCGS rate base, I do believe that a matching adjustment for accumulated depreciation is appropriate, irrespective of whether the company booked that or not.
Okay, but you would agree with me that for rate making purposes, what is recorded on Northwestern's books and records for either the test year or the known and measurable period is what should be used for purposes of setting rates?
Not necessarily, not when we are discussing adjustments for rate-making purposes. For rate-making purposes, Northwestern is not requesting going forward depreciation expense equal to the depreciation expense that was realized in 2024. Northwestern is seeking an adjustment, a rate-making adjustment for 12 months of depreciation expense. And my position is that as Northwestern is seeking such an adjustment for rate-making purposes, a matching adjustment for rate-making purposes to accumulated depreciation should also be made.
Mr. Higgins, did you just testify that Northwestern in 2024 was collecting depreciation expense for YCGS?
No, I did not just testify to that.
Okay.
To be clear, what I am saying is that Northwestern did not incur a full year's worth of depreciation expense in 2024. Northwestern did not experience that, but nevertheless is seeking to recover that in going forward rates, which I view as an adjustment for rate-making purposes.
So you would agree with me, though, that for 2024, depreciation expense collected from customers for YCGS was zero?
Well, I agree with that. Yes, if that was what your original question was, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me if accumulated depreciation was zero.
No, I asked both, but the last question was about depreciation expense being 24, which you said yes.
I will agree that there was no depreciation expense recovered from customers in 2024 for YCGS.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Higgins.
Certainly.
Are there any questions on cross from commissioners at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
Commissioner Fielder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, Mr. Higgins. I'd like to go to page 3 of your testimony. This is your electric settlement testimony, just to gain some clarification on number 1, table 1, that's on page 3 of your electric settlement testimony, which for commissioners is our binder page 2086. Just can you help me understand column 1, the scenarios? You have there 3 different scenarios, and this is the table titled revenue requirement changes, stipulated revenue requirement changes under alternative YCGS determinations. So column 1 and row 1 describes if Northwestern Energy's YCGS revenue requirement is adopted, and then you have a figure in column 2 excluding PCAM and a figure in column 3 including PCAM, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then in column 1, row 2, if the LCG YCGS adjustment is adopted, and you have in column 2 a figure which I believe you corrected, and then in column 3 another figure which you also corrected with your amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's row 3 where it says if MCC, YCGS, and PCAM adjustments are adopted, then you have 2 numbers, 1 excluding PCAM and 1 including PCAM. Is that stated correctly? I'm a little bit thrown off by that description in column 1. If MCC, YCGS, and PCAM adjustments are adopted, but then you have a column excluding PCAM and including PCAM. Am I reading that correctly, or is there a correction to that header in row column 1?
You're reading that correctly, Madam Vice President. The and I apologize if there's any confusion in the labeling. Well, what I'm intending to represent there is simply that if well, let me back up and say, the MCC has adjustments to the YCGS, both for plant costs and for the PCAM. And so the intent in that third row is simply to indicate that if we look in isolation at the MCC's adjustments, but we do not take account of the MCC's PCAM adjustment, then the resulting revenue requirement, if MCC's recommendations are adopted, is the $96.9 million that is shown in the excluding PCAM column. But then if, in addition to that, MCC's PCAM adjustments are adopted, then the combined effect of those two would be the reduction of 35 or almost $36 million that is shown in the including PCAM column. So it's really intended to recognize the fact that MCC has more than one adjustment affecting both of these columns, and was intended to help provide some clarity rather than confusion.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. So then, is that safe to say that LCG only had the revenue requirement adjustment, but not PCAM adjustments reflected here? Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Okay, thank you for that clarification. That helps. So, we are comparing apples to apples then in rows 1, 2, and 3, because these are the total adjustments proposed by each. Well, it's the base revenue requirement proposed by Northwestern compared to the revenue requirements proposed by LCG and MCC. So it's an apples to apples. Is it safe to say it's an apples to apples comparison?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe to me why there's such a big difference between MCC's recommendation and LCG's recommendation?
Certainly. MCC addressed the question of the cost of what might be characterized as the additional costs that were incurred for completing the YCGS project relative to what had been initially indicated. And so MCC has an adjustment in this case for that amount. So that explains the difference with respect to the non-PCAM items. For my part, from the standpoint of the LCG, I addressed certain rate-making treatments of the YCGS, but the large customer group opted to defer to the MCC's evaluations on the other costs related to YCGS. And so I did not offer an adjustment beyond the rate-making adjustments that I had proposed. And then on the PCAM, MCC also has disagreement with Northwestern with respect to the base level of the PCAM that should be adopted in this case. And that also is reflected in a difference between their number and what I have recommended. It's my understanding that the large customer group, while my adjustments did not incorporate what MCC had recommended, the large customer group will still be evaluating the record in this case when they make their final recommendation, as part of their briefing.
Okay, thank you. Um, so you've also testified in this, your third exhibit here, the electric settlement testimony, that these scenarios are not necessarily mutually exclusive, that the commission could adopt either party's approach or both or neither, but that then LCG would have to recalculate its adjustment on the depreciation expense. And I'm having trouble understanding how all of both of those adjustments, LCG and MCC, could be implemented simultaneously. Can you add some clarification to that, shed some light on it for me, please?
Certainly. My adjustment, my remaining disagreement with Northwestern on the rate making treatment of the YCGS relates to the treatment of accumulated depreciation. And that by itself, that adjustment reduces the revenue requirement by about $800,000. MCC's adjustments are to the amount of the rate base that is allowed into service. And if the commission were to adopt MCC's adjustment and also adopt my recommendation on the treatment of accumulated depreciation, the $800,000 adjustment that I've calculated would be different. It would be different because the amount of accumulated depreciation would be different. Because if the commission does not approve the amount of plant, that is the cost of the plant going into rate base that Northwestern has requested, but instead allows in a lesser amount, then that would reduce the accumulated depreciation adjustment that I have. And so while logically or conceptually, the adjustment I made and the adjustment that MCC made are not mutually exclusive, you could adopt them both. The amounts would just have to be recalculated.
Thank you for that. Okay, and so there was a section in your testimony also where I don't have it open exactly, but as I recall, there was an amount of money that was allowed under this stipulation that basically was something that could essentially cover the remaining disputed issues. So there was, I think it was about $1 million on the gas side and a 800,000 on the electric side. Is that correct? That's in the stipulation that's left to just sort of umbrella cover other issues rather than contesting all those other issues?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you please describe for me, in your opinion or your client's opinion, what those types of issues are that are covered by those figures?
Sure. And of course, they're not specified for a reason. And as a practical matter, I'll give you some examples. For example, in my testimony, I made recommendations to disallow a portion of incentive compensation that was tied to financial performance. Northwestern disagrees with my position. It was impractical, I think, to achieve a settlement resolution in which Northwestern would relinquish its position on that issue. Similarly, it would be challenging for a party like the large customer group to relinquish its position. As as a part of coming to a package agreement, is sometimes expedient for parties to agree on a number without specifying exactly what adjustments are included in that number. And neither of those numbers, captures the entirety of, for example, the adjustment that I just mentioned, but it provides some partial movement from the large customer group standpoint toward a reasonable revenue requirement. And so therefore it is a compromise. It's an effective way to reach a revenue requirement resolution without having to require parties to agree with line item adjustments with which they have a strong disagreement.
Okay, thank you. Is it just a coincidence then that the remaining disputed issue is similar and that it's about $800,000 for your, am I correct? That it's about $800,000 difference between where your recommendation lies and where Northwestern's proposal is at this point?
Those numbers are coincidentally related. And in fact, that $800,000 disagreement on the treatment of accumulated depreciation was not part of the stipulated $800,000 because we are still litigating that issue. And so the parties agreed to an additional $800,000 reduction from Northwestern's rebuttal case, but reserved the right to continue to litigate these Yellowstone County generation station issues. And so, if the commission were to adopt my recommendation, for example, on that accumulated depreciation, that $800,000 reduction in the revenue requirement would be in addition to the $800,000 adjustment that the parties negotiated.
Okay, thank you for that. I think my final question has to do with the date. This electric settlement testimony that you submitted to us as Exhibit 3 is dated April 14th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me when you actually received a copy of the settlement agreement prior to preparing this testimony regarding the contents of the settlement?
Let me just say that I know the settlement discussions are confidential, so I will answer slowly in case anyone objects. But I will, in my experience with the settlement agreement, my ability to review my review of it occurred probably within 24 hours or so of my drafting this testimony.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Higgins. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Are there any other cross-examination from the commissioners? I have a couple. One of the questions you answered was, please summarize your recommendations regarding Northwestern's proposal to introduce certain rate riders or balancing accounts. And in this, you mentioned wildfire management, business technology, and a reliability compliance account. You opposed all three based on these were single issue rate making rate issues and could cause inappropriate class cross subsidies and how the rates are designed. Have I stated that correctly?
Yes.
So I agree that these are on the face, single issue. But single issue or not, is there a reason why we would take these out of consideration?
Well, in the partial electric stipulation, a version of the wildfire mitigation proposal that Northwestern made is included. And so Northwestern withdrew its other single issue rate making proposals, but this one did survive, but it survived in a different form. It survived in a form in which the expenses, or in which the costs that are included in the tracking mechanism are limited to operations and maintenance expense and not capital costs as Northwestern had originally proposed. And so that is, in my mind, an improvement in the design of that feature. Also, as part of the negotiations, the design of the rates was and the allocation of the cost of the rates was improved. And so, from my standpoint, and so I do believe that while the wildfire mitigation tracker is single issue rate making, the version that is included in the partial electric stipulation is a substantial improvement over what Northwestern had initially proposed.
Thank you. Under transmission revenues, you did not agree with the approach of revenue credit approach in lieu of the cost allocation approach that Northwestern was, and you disagreed with how Northwestern proposed to calculate the revenue credit. Then you say that replacing the per books 2003 revenues with a 3-year average from 2021 to 2003 will not reflect the current use of transmission by FERC customers, and so will not produce a reasonable credit for retail customers. Assuming that to be correct, for the purposes of this discussion, is there any advantage to doing that, such as cost of filing, et cetera, that might negate the, to where this becomes kind of a balance no matter which way you go?
Well, Mr. President, I want to make sure I'm following your question. First, let me say that I do support the revenue crediting approach as opposed to cost allocation for the transmission revenues. I disagreed with the method Northwestern was using to calculate the revenue credit. However, as I explained in the cross-examination with counsel for MEIC, between the changes that Northwestern made in its rebuttal filing and the additional recognition of transmission revenues that came about as part of the stipulation, I am satisfied that the transmission revenue credit included in rates as part of the stipulation is a reasonable reflection of 2024 transmission revenues. And so the criticism that I offered in my direct testimony does not apply to the results of the partial electric stipulation. I believe that that's the stipulation completely addresses the concerns I raised in my direct testimony.
That was going to be my next question. But along those lines, if we do not accept the stipulation and we go quite possibly to a full rate case, would your position remain the same, that if it is handled as it is handled in the stipulation, that you are comfortable with the outcome?
Yes, I am comfortable with the outcome for that item.
Would you happen to know, you talk a lot about the Northwestern and $300 million cost. How much per megawatt hour on average, will consumers of the products generated pay?
I didn't hear the entirety of your question, Mr. President.
Okay, you have talked about and written about the $300 million cost of Yellowstone County Generating Station in rate base. Do you have an idea as to how much per megawatt hour on average users of those products will pay?
I have not made that calculation, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Along those lines, and I'm trying to get a handle on this, from testimony we received yesterday, did you tune in yesterday and watch?
I was here yesterday.
Oh, okay. Excellent. In the amount of receipts that we have, there's about a $63 million expenditure to settle between the one contractor and moving on to the next contractor. I'm not aware that we have a detailed accounting for that money. It's just we settled. How comfortable are you with putting that amount into rate base?
President Mulner, I did not evaluate that aspect of the YCGS cost. My evaluation was limited to the rate-making treatment of the company's proposal.
Okay, so you have no knowledge as to what was involved in those settlements, discussions, disputes?
I have not formulated an opinion about the appropriateness of that.
Okay. You talk about the wildfire mitigation account, the budget, the plan, should be funded no small amount, it looks like, by putting it into FERC rates as opposed to customer rates, which customers would still be paying, but it would be a broader customer base, I believe. I think that's a 925 account is what you were talking about. And yesterday we talked about a 205 account. And apparently the 205 account would open up everything, which would include the 925 account. But they said it was too small to be worth the effort. Apparently it's fairly expensive and extensive to do. Do you have any feelings about whether or not moving to put those costs into transmission costs, the OAT, would be more expensive than it's worth, or is it of value to consumers at the end of the calculation?
I believe that what I am recommending and recommended is something a bit different. It's simply this. In setting rates for some of these items, we know that a portion of the costs, such as wildfire mitigation, will be recovered through the company's FERC OAT rates. And in examining the company's direct filing in this case, I came to the conclusion that Northwestern was assigning the full responsibility for some of these costs to the retail customers. And I pointed out that a portion of those costs will in fact be borne by the FERC transmission customers. And that is the basis of my adjustment. It wasn't intended to create a new allocation or a new method of booking costs. It was really for rate-making purposes. It was really answering the question, how much of that revenue requirement should be borne by the retail customers, knowing that a portion would in fact find its way to the FERC transmission customers. And so my adjustments were intended to capture that, to isolate the portion of the cost that should flow to retail versus the ones that we know or would expect to flow to FERC owed customers. In its rebuttal filing, the company agreed with me that that should occur. The company made its own calculation of what the portion assignable or likely assignable to the FERC customers would be. And so in concept, we essentially came to an agreement. We didn't calculate the same adjustment, but in terms of amount, but were agreed in concept. And so that did find its way into the company's rebuttal filing and by extension into the electric partial stipulation.
Thank you. So what you're saying is the chart that showed the $300 million expenditure for wildfire mitigation is no longer accurate. It would be less than that because part of it will go to their FERC account and come out there.
Well, I do not have an opinion as to the company's calculation of its wildfire mitigation plan. My understanding of a plan like that is that it's identifying the total costs, and those costs would be incurred, and then as part of the rate making process, the portion of those costs that are properly assignable to retail customers would be something that was determined in the rate making process, in the rate review process, such as the one we are in now. So going forward, I would expect those issues would be addressed in future rate making processes.
Sir, I appreciate your expertise and I thank you for your participation. Does staff have any questions of this witness?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Higgins. I have about 7 questions for you.
Okay.
First, one of the topics addressed in your testimony, which you've already been questioned on this morning, is the appropriate revenue requirement for Northwestern based on the test period with known and measurable changes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Since the addition of YCGS as one of the major elements of Northwestern's revenue requirement in this case, did you evaluate Northwestern's RFP process and its selection of YCGS?
No.
Why not?
The when being engaged in a proceeding like this, there is a wide range of issues that are on the table to be evaluated. And so one has to consider how much time you have to prepare a case and to make evaluations and recommendations. I recognize that the Yellowstone County Generation Station issue is of importance. And the assessment we made at the LCG was to rely on the MCC's evaluation of that station. I limited my assessment to the rate-making treatment of that facility. And I'll also point out that, again, in trying to determine how many resources we have to address the issues in this case, the preponderance of the LCG membership does not buy its power from Northwestern Energy. Some customers do, but the preponderance do not. And so, considering that as well, it seemed that deferring to the MCC's evaluation was a reasonable use of resources.
Would it be accurate to say that LCG has no position on whether YCGS was either the lowest cost or most appropriate option available to Northwestern in the 2020 RFP? Or is that something that would also be deferred?
Mr. President, if I could, I'll just make an objection to the form of the question. Certainly, Mr. Higgins and council is invited to ask Mr. Higgins about his opinion relative to the LCG's position. As I think Mr. Higgins already indicated, that will be articulated through future briefing. And so to the extent the form of the question could be rephrased to whether Mr. Higgins has an opinion about that as opposed to the LCG as an entity, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. And I know staff would look forward to seeing that position clarified on briefing. To rephrase, Mr. Higgins, in your opinion, have you evaluated whether YCGS was either the lowest cost or most appropriate option available to Northwestern in the 2020 RFP?
Objection asked and answered. He's already indicated he did not evaluate YCGS in this matter and whether or not it was prudent.
I'll withdraw the question and move along. My last few set of questions is regarding customer refunds. In the first paragraph on page 3 of LCG's pre-hearing memo, LCG raises the potential issue of how Northwestern will refund customers in the event the commission approves different rates than those Northwestern self-implemented on May 23rd, 2025, and states refunds should be provided to customers on a customer-specific basis based on each customer's actual consumption and bills. Do you recall this position?
Yes.
In your opinion, does this approach to refunds, should it apply to all approximately 400,000 Northwestern electric customers?
That would likely not be practical for all 400,000 customers, but would be something that could be implemented for certain rate schedules. And I would also defer to my colleague, Mr. Bieber, who testified as to cost allocation and rate design, and would be probably the better witness to address questions you may have about refunds.
Thank you for that direction. One last question. Would you recommend that refunds be distributed with a one-time bill credit or be refunded over the same amount of time that the application rates were in effect?
Again, just so there's no
Yeah.
confusion, I would defer to my colleague, Mr. Bieber, to address that question.
Sure. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Is there any recross from interveners based on testimony and conversations between the commission and staff and the witness?
President Molnar, I have just one line of questioning.
Please.
Mr. Higgins, you were just discussing with President Molnar the issue of updating Northwestern's updating of FERC formula rates. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you didn't take a position on whether or not Northwestern should update its FERC rates?
I did not take a position on whether Northwestern should update its FERC rates, although I'm not, I'll be candid, I'm not exactly following what you mean by updating its FERC rates.
Sorry, filing a case at FERC to ensure that its rates reflect its current resource mix.
I have not taken a position on that.
Okay. And the FERC revenue credit methodology is based on the FERC revenues that Northwestern actually collects. Is that right?
Yes, essentially.
And would you agree with me that the FERC revenues that Northwestern actually collects currently don't account for the addition of YCGS to Northwestern's resource portfolio?
Well, the FERC revenues that Northwestern collects for transmission service would not ordinarily include the cost of a generation facility such as YCGS anyway.
Do you agree with me that the ancillary services revenues would account for the services provided by YCGS that are for jurisdictional costs?
The FERC revenues that Northwestern collects should be reflected in the transmission revenues that the company reports and uses in a base rate review, irrespective of whether they were provided by YCGS or another generation facility. Anticipated revenues from the YCGS would not be included in the historical numbers that were used in this rate review.
Okay, thank you.
Any further recross? Seeing none? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I apologize.
Mr. President, just a few clarifications. Mr. Higgins, do you still have your electric settlement testimony table 1 in front of you?
I do.
Just for clarity, and you were talking with Commissioner Fielder, Vice President Fielder, about the MCC row of that table. Looking at the column labeled including PCAM and the row for LCG's position, it's about $13 million if you include PCAM as far as increased revenues. Is that correct?
LCG's position is about $13.8 million if you include PCAM. Yes.
Okay. And and LCG did not take a position on the PCAM base issue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm going to apologize for consistency. I'm going to object to the form of the question. And again, council is invited to ask Mr. Higgins' position, but would ask that the council not ask beyond the scope of his testimony more broadly to the LCG.
Sustained.
But just to be clear, so that column, so LCG did not take a position on the PCAM. So that column reflects no adjustment for the PCAM base issue.
Yes, I did not offer testimony on the base PCAM, and therefore you are correct. That column reflects the PCAM base that Northwestern had proposed.
Okay. And then lastly, just going to your conversation with President Molnar about wildfire expenses and the FERC proposal and your testimony on that issue. President Molnar mentioned a FERC formula or 205 filing. Do you understand Northwestern has formula rates?
Yes.
Okay. And would those type of costs pass through the formula rate process?
My understanding is that they would pass through the formula rate process. Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any further questions? I can't imagine that there would be. Oh, redirect.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Higgins, just a couple points I want to clarify with you, please. First, you recall a series of questions from Ms. Harbin regarding the potential changes to ancillary service rates charged by Northwestern due to the addition of YCGS. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall then also a discussion about potential changes to OAT transmission revenues that may occur and whether or not those changes get reflected in the Montana rates. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Focusing on the transmission rates, would you agree with me that if there are revenue changes associated with transmission services provided by Northwestern, that those revenue changes could also be associated with increased costs incurred by Northwestern to serve its FERC jurisdictional customers?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that just as the revenues are not tracked in between rate cases here in Montana, neither are costs that may be incurred in between rate cases in Montana? Is that fair?
Yes.
You were then asked a series of questions by Ms. Norcott for Northwestern regarding the issue in dispute, i.e. the one not settled, regarding YCGS and the accounting treatment of that. Do you recall those questions, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in the course of that, there was a conversation about whether or not Northwestern booked depreciation expense in 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just explain for the commission, even though Northwestern did not book those depreciation expenses, how depreciation expenses associated with YCGS are reflected in Northwestern's revenue requirement that they proposed in this case?
Yes. For rate-making purposes, Northwestern is requesting recovery of 12 months worth of depreciation expense for the YCGS facility. It's about $9.2 million. And so as part of the going forward revenue requirement, that full year's worth of depreciation expense is included in the revenue requirement.
And from your perspective, and you mentioned the matching principle and the concern you had with that, but can you explain for the commission, what is your concern about not including depreciation expense in 2024? About the relationship between depreciation expense and the return on the undepreciated balance. Why is it important that there be a matching between those two concepts?
It's important because the utilities return is dependent on the size of its rate base, its approved rate base. And that rate base should be adjusted to reflect accumulated depreciation. That is, it should be reduced to reflect accumulated depreciation because the utility recovers its depreciation expense as a revenue requirement item. And so if a utility, in this case Northwestern, is allowed to earn a return on rate base and simultaneously recover depreciation expense on that rate base, but not subtract the expense from the plant and service, it will be earning a return on a cost that it is simultaneously recovering from customers. And so that's why it's important to recognize this matching principle in rate making.
And then finally, as you make an adjustment to account for that, does your adjustment result in a disallowance of any kind associated with Northwestern's investment in YCGS?
No, it is not a disallowance. It is a rate-making adjustment intended to synchronize the rate base the accumulated depreciation and the depreciation expense.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Mr. President, that's all the redirect I have of this witness, and I would ask that he be permanently excused.
So the large customer group is, do you have any further witnesses for rebuttal after this witness?
Yes. So subsequent to Mr. Higgins, we will call Mr. Bieber today. And then later in the trial, we will call, along with the Montana Consumer Council, Mr. David Garrett.
We have plenty of time before lunch. Thank you for that update. Is there any objection to this witness being permanently excused? Seeing none, sir, you are thanked for your participation and permanently excused.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. President, with that, the LCG would call Mr. Justin Bieber to the stand, and he's already been sworn.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Bieber, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Justin Bieber. That's JustinBieber.
And Mr. Bieber, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal with Energy Strategies.
And on whose behalf are you appearing today?
On behalf of the large customer group.
Mr. Bieber, did you cause to be submitted in this case and a series of testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and let's just walk through those. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared at your direction and supervision what's been marked as LCG Exhibit 4, your direct testimony?
Yes.
And did you cause to prepare or have prepared at your direction and supervision LCG 5, which is your cross-intervenor testimony?
Yes.
And did you cause to prepare or have prepared under your direction and supervision LCG Exhibit 6, which is your electric settlement testimony?
Yes.
And then last but not least, did you cause to be prepared or have prepared under your direction and supervision Exhibit MT LCG FEA 001, which is your settlement testimony regarding the gas stipulation?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, would you agree with me that that piece of testimony was jointly submitted on behalf of the LCG and the federal executive agencies?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And subject to one issue that we'll circle back to regarding your electric settlement testimony, as to each of these 4 pieces of testimony, if I were to ask you the questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And then circling back to the electric settlement testimony, would I understand correctly that in that testimony, you have produced a couple of the tables that are identical to the tables that were in Mr. Higgins' testimony, which as a result would require the same correction that Mr. Higgins discussed?
Yes. So table 1 is identical to the table that Mr. Higgins discussed. And table 3, which represents the agreed upon base rate increase for customer classes, if the LCG YCGS adjustment is adopted, would require a similar adjustment.
Okay. Mr. President, based on your earlier instruction, and for the record, based on the correction that Mr. Bieber's identified on the stand, the LCG would intend to submit a revised version of his exhibit LCG 6 containing the same correction that Mr. Higgins discussed.
Thank you.
And so with that, and noting that subsequently filed correction, the LCG would move exhibits LCG 4, LCG 5, LCG 6, and exhibit MT LCG FEA 001 into the record.
Including the amendment that's coming, are there any objections to placing this record? Admitted.
Okay. Mr. Bieber, I wanted to sort of cover 2 areas with you that have been sort of partially referred to you through the prior conversation. First, from a broad perspective, could you please summarize, based on the issues that you've addressed in this proceeding, why you would support the commission adopting the electric and gas settlements in this case?
Yes. So the partial electric stipulation, as we have discussed, resolves most of the issues, but leaves remaining issues to be litigated related to the YCGS revenue requirement and the PCAM. In my settlement testimony, I summarize the revenue allocation of the base rate increase that has been agreed to at Northwestern's YCGS revenue requirement. I also explain how that revenue allocation can be adjusted should the commission determine a different revenue requirement based on these issues that have not been resolved. In addition to that, I recommend that the stipulation be approved in its entirety. It is in the public interest because it represents a compromise between the intervening parties' positions with respect to revenue allocation, while also reflecting the cost of service and adhering to the principle of gradualism. Similarly, the gas stipulation includes a revenue allocation of the agreed upon rate increase that also reflects a compromise among the intervening parties' positions that reflects cost causation while also adhering to the principle of gradualism.
Thank you. In questioning from Commission Counsel earlier this morning, were you present when Mr. Higgins was asked some questions about the potential for refunds and how refunds should operate in the event the commission orders an electric revenue requirement that is lower than the rates currently in effect on an interim basis?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you also aware of the testimony from Mr. Lane that was offered earlier in the proceeding regarding Northwestern's approach to how it would perform a calculation of refunds?
Yes.
Okay. I have just a couple of questions to maybe get ahead of the curve on that. First, do you have an opinion regarding the approach that was outlined by Mr. Lane on behalf of Northwestern in terms of how he would go about or propose to go about calculating the refund that would be applied in the event the commission adopted the settlement, for example?
Yes, I do. What Mr. Lane laid out was an approach where any potential over recovery due to the current rates being higher than the rates that will ultimately be approved would be tracked and then ultimately refunded to customers over a similar time period that over collection occurred. I think that is a reasonable approach to do so. One thing that was not discussed, but I think would be important in terms of ensuring that customer classes are essentially in the same position they would have been had the commission approved rates been effective the whole time, is that there should be an appropriate carrying charge on the balance as it is both incurred and then refunded to customers.
One further item that Mr. Lane discussed was the notion that the refund would be calculated, if I could, on sort of a rate element by rate element basis. So a particular class's energy charges, for example, would be priced out under the effective rate and then priced out under the rate that is ultimately approved by the commission. That difference would be calculated, and then that would form the quantity of the dollars that would be refunded to that customer class using that same rate element. Do you recall that discussion, sir?
Yes, I do.
And from your perspective, is that a fair way to address how refunds are both calculated and returned to customers by class and by rate element?
Yes, I do believe that's a reasonable and important element to ensure that customers with different load shapes and load profiles, that the refund is tracked and returned to them in the same manner in which it was incurred.
And then just following up on the questions that I think were referred to you from Commission Counsel's questions of Mr. Higgins, why do you think it is appropriate to return the rates over return the refunds over a comparable period of months as opposed to in a one-time bill credit, for example?
Yeah, so I think it is preferable to do it over the same period in which the overcollection incurred for essentially keeping rates smooth and gradualism. And I also think, as I discussed, the carrying charge would ensure that customers are appropriately recover the time value of their money.
Is there a concern, Mr. Bieber, in your mind that if you did a one-time charge, that variations in customer loads month over month might then create a problem or an unfairness in terms of how those dollars might be returned to customers?
Yes, that situation could potentially arise because the customer load in a given month in which the refund might be given on a one-time basis could differ from the period over which it was incurred. So by doing it over a similar time period, you make it more likely that the loads will be similar over both periods.
And then the question was asked of Mr. Higgins and deferred to you about whether or not the approach that Mr. Lane had proposed, and which you've discussed and supplemented in your testimony, whether that would satisfy the concerns that were raised by the LCG in its pre-hearing memo. Do you recall that question of Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
And from your perspective, with the approach that you've been discussing, that Mr. Lane offered and that you have supplemented, would that approach satisfy the LCG's concerns that were articulated in its pre-hearing memo?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This witness is available for cross-examination and questions from the commission and staff.
Is there any cross from the other interveners? Is there any cross from Northwestern?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just one clarifying question, Mr. Bieber. You use the terminology carrying costs in your testimony just now. Is carrying costs synonymous with the return that's required by statute on interim rates collected from customers?
I'm not familiar with the statute, but it was intended to reflect the appropriate amount of return.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Is there any cross from commissioners? I said that. Yeah. No, just saying, just to double check. I did ask for other interveners. Yes, correct. See? Commissioner?
Thank you, sir. So looking at your direct testimony on page 3, says Northwestern's proposal to allocate generation plant entirely based on class energy usage is inconsistent with cost causation and extremely unusual. Northwestern's need for new and existing generation capacity is not only driven by existing generation capacity, but also the need to serve customer loads. Does that look accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and then the next page, line 10 and 11, this method unreasonably shifts cost to the larger customers served on the primary and secondary distribution system. Does that look correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with Glenda Gibson's rebuttal of yours and Mr. Gorman's testimonies? And are you aware that MCC's general agreement on Northwestern on this issue of cost allocation?
Are we talking about generation or distribution? Because you just asked about that.
I'm just asking if you're familiar with the rebuttal.
Yes.
By Glenda Gibson. Okay. So on page 3 and 4 of her rebuttal, it says the allocation methodologies proposed by Mr. Bieber and Mr. Gorman would increase allocation of costs to small customers, which would be mostly the residential customers. Would you agree?
I don't have a copy of her testimony in front of me,
Okay.
but I would agree subject to check.
Okay, thank you, sir. So in the next page, it'd be page 4, line 10, minimum size and/or zero intercept studies recommended by Mr. Bieber include a weighting for customer counts, which generally results in shifting costs from classes with higher demand to classes with more customers, resulting in an increase to small customers. Is that your recollection of her, part of her rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay.
It's generally consistent with my recollection.
Okay, so based on your testimony, Ms. Gibson's and Mr. Dismukes, would you agree that a corollary of your criticizing the shifting cost to the larger customers, that would be the same as criticizing Northwestern's past and current shifting costs away from residential customers? Would that be a corollary?
Can you clarify what you mean by shifting costs away or to certain groups of customers?
I think that was your own language, I believe. It was your language, shift costs. Let me double check. Yeah, it was your language, page 4, line 10. This method, the method Northwestern chose, unreasonably shifts costs to the larger customers served on the primary and secondary distribution system. That's your line. So I'm using that same shifting costs. You're talking about shifting costs to the larger customers is unfair. So you would also be saying they're trying to avoid shifting cost to the residential customers is also unfair. Is that a corollary?
Well, I think the method, when you talk about shifting, it would be, if you're changing from one method to another. So the method that Northwestern proposed compared to the method I've proposed, you could consider that a shift in the costs that are allocated to customers. But I guess could you repeat or explain what you mean? Are you
simple? So you're saying it's unfair for Northwestern using their methodology to shift cost to the large customers.
Well, to clarify, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's an appropriate method of allocating costs. It doesn't appropriately reflect cost causation. And so when you compare, one method to another, yes, I would characterize that as cost shifting. But the reason I think it's inappropriate is because it does not align with cost causation, not because of the fact that it moves costs one way or another.
Right, but it does one way or another, independent of the methodology. The way that the methodology you're recommending would shift more to the residential customers, away from the larger groups.
Well, technically, in my testimony in this proceeding, I did not recommend a change. I explained why I had concerns about it and recommend that they do the necessary study to use the method that I support in the next case.
Okay. Couple of follow-ups. And this again, a little bit general, but residential customers are subsidized in a sense by the large customers as the current methodology. And I understand the desire to move toward cost causers paying closer to their share. I get that. But what would you say to those who kind of chafe at calling it a subsidy to residential customers based on the fact that large customer use energy is used in part to promote profits, whereas residential customers use energy typically just to survive?
So when I refer to a subsidy, I refer to the rate increase and the rates themselves differing from the cost of service study results. I mean, I guess what I would say that's a way that I characterize the difference between how the rates are being allocated and the revenues versus how the costs are being caused. I understand that and appreciate the fact that rates are very important to all customers. So maybe I'm not following the question. Is your question how do I explain the use of the word subsidy as opposed to a different term?
No, it's just more simple than that. So residential customers basically use energy to survive for the most part, for light, heat, and those kind of, basic life necessities. That's what residential customers typically use energy for. Whereas the larger customers, their businesses, industry and commercial, they use energy in part to promote their profits. It's part of the cost of doing business. It's part of what they need to make a profit.
Okay.
'Cause
Well,
that's what I hear
yeah.
as to why it shouldn't be called a subsidy.
Well, I think the fact is, and people do have different methods of allocating costs, but in all of the methods that were put forward in this case, there was a difference between the cost of service, say for residential customers, and the revenues that were proposed to be allocated to them. And in all of the positions that were put forward, as well as all of those positions that were put forward on the record, the amount of revenues that proposed to be assigned to the residential class were lower than the cost of service. And I'm not opposed. I accepted some amount of subsidy in my testimony as well. So I think that would be my response.
Okay. Very good. So you said it's extremely unusual for utility to do what Northwestern has done using their methods. And in a sense, their methods protect the residential class from the shift that that your group is recommending. That's highly unusual to protect the residential class from a shift.
No, to clarify, what is unusual is the allocation in a cost of service study of generation costs to customer classes based exclusively on energy usage. That is unusual. When we talk about protecting customers, I think it's important to distinguish between a cost of service study, which is intended to inform as to what costs are actually caused by certain classes of customers, and the revenue allocation, which really drives the rates that customers actually pay. And so when you have a revenue allocation that is not aligned with cost of service, and in this case is substantially lower than the cost of service, you are protecting the customers. But that is different than what I was talking about with respect to the methodology of allocating production costs in the cost of service study.
I understand that difference. Thank you.
Are there questions from other commissioners for Cross on this witness? And I have none. Does staff have any questions in Cross for this witness?
No questions.
Pursuant to the questions raised by the commission, are there any interveners that would like to recross? Limited to that. Northwestern, would you like to recross this witness?
No, thank you.
We do have redirect. If that's the implied question from the stare.
Actually, the stare was one question.
No.
After that, but feel free, since how it's in the script.
If I could have just a moment.
Denied, just shoot from the hip.
Okay. Mr. Bieber, I want to follow up with a few of the questions that you were asked primarily from Commissioner Bukacek. And first, let's start by dividing up the issues between the cost allocation methodology for generation and the cost allocation methodology for distribution lines. Okay, so we'll start with generation. First, can you just summarize what is your objection methodologically to the approach that Northwestern used to allocate generation resources between the cost of generation resources between customer classes?
Yeah, so my concern is with the proposal to allocate the cost of production based on energy usage only. And that's because it does not reflect the time in which the energy is actually used. And usage during peak periods drives investment in production and therefore is a more appropriate allocator of more representative of cost causation.
Okay. In your testimony, when you described Northwestern's approach as highly unusual, am I correct that this is the particular issue that you were focused on? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And why is it that other states that you're familiar with allocate the generation resources through a blend, perhaps, of a class's energy use and a class's contribution to peak demands?
Yeah, it is a generally accepted cost allocation principle that the need for production resources is driven by demand during peak periods. And so there are a number of different methods that are used, but almost all of them include some measure of peak demand.
Okay. And you were in the hearing room yesterday, were you not?
Yes.
And do you recall the testimony that was offered by Mr. Unruh on behalf of Renewable Northwest?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall a discussion that Commissioner Bukacek had with Mr. Unruh regarding something called LCOE, or levelized cost of energy? Do you recall that discussion generally?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall a discussion that the commissioner had about how the levelized cost of energy doesn't factor into its calculations the need for reliability, the need for demand during peak periods, and such things? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you connect for me, if you would, the issues that were being discussed about the levelized cost of energy and your position about how demand costs or demand contributions should be factored into a cost study?
Yes, absolutely. I think the discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm going to just object to this because I believe this is a settled issue. And I guess I'm wondering what the need is to sort of litigate this at this point. I understand there were questions from commissioners, so I'm not claiming it's beyond the scope of some of what we just heard, but given the outcome has been settled, I guess I'm wondering what this is intended to accomplish.
Any response from large customer group?
Yes, Mr. President. So my intent is to lay a foundation first for the issues that this witness has, and then follow up with a question about whether or not the settlement outcome is consistent with the issues that Mr. Bieber is discussing, and it is in direct response to what I took as concerns about the settlement that were raised by Commissioner Bukacek and how the settlement addresses these questions of class, cost, and revenue allocation.
I still think it's going into the weeds a bit much, but I'll withdraw my objection.
We live in the weeds. Please proceed.
Mr. Bieber, do you recall generally the question and asking you to compare the conversation about the LCOE as relates to the way that cost of service studies are done?
Yes. So I think the concern that was discussed yesterday with respect to the levelized cost of energy as a metric for the cost of energy is that it does not give any consideration to when that energy is available and whether it will be available when it is needed most during times of peak demand. I think that is similar to what I'm saying here with respect to the appropriate cost allocation method. It's not just how much energy is used, it's when that energy is used. Is it being used off peak or on peak, and during, most importantly, the system coincident peaks.
Now, to follow through with my promise to Mr. Brown, I will now ask you, do you think that the settlement and the way that it balances the cost of service analyses that were submitted by the different parties in the case to come up with a proposed revenue allocation for the different customer classes fairly weighs these different considerations and fairly gives consideration to the issues and concerns you have raised?
I would agree with that. All of the interveners that made cost allocation proposals in this proceeding also had revenue allocation proposals that differed from the cost of service in recognition of the principle of gradualism, but also in terms and also reflected a need to improve alignment with cost causation. I think that the settlement represents a compromise that looks very close to the average of what all of the intervening parties had proposed in this proceeding. And so in that sense, yes, I would agree.
Okay. Now, turning to the second topic, which was the issues you raised in your testimony regarding the way that Northwestern performs its cost study for distribution lines. Am I correct that your direct testimony did not adjust the cost of service study on that basis, but simply made recommendations about studies that you would ask the commission to require Northwestern to do in the future, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, for purposes of where we are, though, you would agree with me that the stipulation does not adopt that particular recommendation of the large customer group and does not incorporate a requirement for Northwestern to do something into the future. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. One of the other questions that was raised by Commissioner Bukacek was the idea, and I'll rephrase this slightly, but the idea that how you look at the rates for electric service should incorporate or consider the value that a customer places on that electricity, and perhaps differentials in the value of electricity from the perspective of a residential customer using it for heat as compared to an industrial customer using it to produce goods and services. Do you recall that conversation generally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So from a foundational perspective, do the cost of service analyses presented in this proceeding attempt to capture a differential in the value that individual customers may receive from the consumption of the energy or the use of electric capacity?
No, they do not. The purpose of a cost of service study is to attempt to assign the costs of the utility service to the customers in a manner consistent in which those costs have been caused to be incurred.
So in the recognition, though, of the different ways that customers use electricity and their reliance of electricity, am I correct that the principle that you've talked about today of gradualism, for example, is one of the ways that things like how customers value electricity can be and is factored into the way commissions set electric rates?
Yes, it is one of the ways. As I discussed, the revenue allocation, which is the amount of revenues assigned to the customer classes, when you're changing it in a rate review such as this, you want to avoid changes that are too significant for any one class. That's the principle of gradualism. There also sometimes remain other differences that persist, and that also recognize some of those other differences that you just discussed in terms of that value.
And would you agree with me that, for example, low-income support mechanisms, in order to provide assurances that low-income residential customers have help in getting the necessary heat and energy that they need for their lives are another way that the rate systems in Montana capture or reflect perhaps some differences in the value in the way customers use energy?
Yes, I would agree with that.
As a general principle, though, from your perspective, what is the problem, if there is one, of having too many subsidies baked into a utility's electric rates?
Well, there's two primary concerns with that. The first one is it sends inefficient price signals. If the rates that a customer is paying do not reflect the true cost, it's not going to incentivize them to use that service as efficiently as possible. Secondly, it's also inequitable to have subsidies that become too large.
Okay. And last but not least, would you agree with me that having businesses being able to do business successfully in Montana is important for the welfare of all Montanans, both businesses and individual customers?
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Bieber. I have no further redirect of this witness, President Molnar, and would ask that he be permanently excused.
I have one last question based on Thor's.
Feel free.
Thank you, sir. So are you familiar with the average price of electricity to ultimate customers by end-use sector by the U.S. Energy Information Administration? Are you familiar with that data? It goes state by state and talks about the cost of electricity to residential, industrial, and commercial customers. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I've seen the data before.
Okay. So you're aware that for residential customers, we're about fourth lowest prices in the state. For industrial, we are about ninth lowest of all the United States. And for commercial, about 19th lowest. So in terms of attracting business to Montana, we have some of the best ranking for residential, industrial, and commercial based on EIA data. Would you agree?
So I haven't memorized that data, but I would take your word for that.
Okay, so thank you.
Or you asked that the current witness be permanently excused. So without objection, follow from who? Any of the parties have a follow-up after the question from Commissioner Bukacek?
I guess I'll just one redirect, if I might, Mr. President. So, Mr. Bieber, understanding and appreciating the EIA data that Commissioner Bukacek referenced to you, from your perspective, and maybe just to give you a chance to offer a conclusion, do you feel that the stipulations, and in particular, the revenue allocation and specific rates that are proposed in the stipulations are consistent with the principles of making sure that customer classes are treated equitably and consistent with the long-term public interest in Montana?
Yes, I think it balances those objectives.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, and now would ask again that he be permanently excused.
Are there any objections to this witness being permanently excused? We thank you for your participation, and you are permanently excused, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, pursuant to the agreement of the parties at this time, the LCG would pause its case and will resume back with other witnesses, and appreciate the parties' accommodation for our witnesses. Thank you.
Mr. President, we've been going about 2.5 hours. Would it be appropriate to take a break?
It would be, as a matter of fact, my staff reminded me a moment ago, I'm getting old, thank you. We, is 11:04 at 11:05. At 11:20, we shall reconvene.
No, I mean, I don't, well, let's see. There was. Before coming in, it was 10 minutes. As far as questions, but our estimate.
That has not proven to be.
We are back on the record. Where we left it was Northwestern was going to call a witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern calls Ron.
Easy for you to say.
John Schaefer.
Mr. Schaefer, have you been sworn in? Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion? You're sworn in. Please take your seat.
Mr. Schaefer, if you would ensure that the blue light is on your microphone and bring the mic pretty close so that everyone on Zoom and the recording captures you. So, Mr. Schaefer, would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
My name's John or Jonathan Schaefer. Last name is Schafer. 11 East Park Street is the business address for Northwestern Energy.
And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And would you provide the commission with your title at Northwestern?
My current title is Manager, Long-Term Energy Supply Planning.
And Mr. Schaefer, did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
And do you have in front of you a document that has been labeled Exhibit NWE 50?
I do.
Is NWE 50 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
It is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
They would.
And do you have any corrections to make to this testimony?
My title?
Okay, and what is your title in the testimony?
My title was, I believe, Manager of System Innovation.
Okay, and so replace that.
With now Manager of Energy Supply Planning, Long-Term Planning.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 50 as amended.
Is there any objection to NWE 50 as amended being admitted into the record? Admitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I tender this witness for cross-examination and questioning.
Is there cross-examination from the interveners?
Yes, Mr. President, Renewable Northwest has a few questions.
Fine, continue.
Good morning, Mr. Schaefer.
Good morning.
My name is Melissa Hornbein. I am an attorney representing Renewable Northwest. You just answered my first question, which was with respect to your title. You have a background in electrical engineering and renewable energy and utility technology, correct?
That is correct.
And in this docket, you responded to several data requests by Renewable Northwest concerning transmission capacity, storage, and market constraints, correct?
Correct.
These topics are a bit far afield from your pre-filed testimony in this docket, but seem in line with your current job title. Can you just provide a little bit of background as to the experience in those areas or how those fit into your current job description?
Yeah, as a manager of energy supply long-term planning, I manage a team that puts together the IRPs. That includes a lot of the information you just described. I took that position last July, so not quite a year ago. And so that is my background, is this last year in that position. But I also been with the utility since 2013, so I have a lot of utility experience.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. Has Northwestern evaluated transmission capacity on WEC paths as a resource alternative in its planning?
I want to just comment to, what we did in the, I'm going to talk high level on a lot of this stuff because I wasn't around for the 2023 IRP or the RFPs. But in general speaking, today we look under what's called RAP. And RAP evaluates the accreditation of resources for the region. And so that is steel in the ground to manage the regional load. And so when I think about transmission, I think about it as an energy resource, but not necessarily a capacity resource, if that makes sense.
Okay, so, and just to make sure we're talking apples to apples, when you reference RAP, you're talking about the Western Resource Adequacy. Okay, thank you. So would it be fair to say that, and I don't want to misstate what you just, the testimony you just gave, but would it be fair to say that Northwestern clearly looks at transmission, but has not evaluated it as a quote unquote resource alternative?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you. Has Northwestern evaluated transmission capacity on WEC paths as a constraint on imports or exports in its resource planning practices?
I think previously in the IRP, and again, I'm talking in general, so it's subject to check, but there was an energy constraint based on the transmission.
Okay. And can you speak in any more detail about what that constraint was?
I think it was a marketing-based constraint that was 10%, if I recall correctly, of the total energy produced could be sold on the market, subject to check.
Okay. And do you know if Northwestern looked at constraints specific to particular WEC paths, such as 818 or 80, which Mr. Unruh talked about in his testimony?
Again, I don't know on the historical reference if that was done previously in those public documents.
Okay, thank you. In data request RNW 6, and I'll wait until that's in front of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
I have it in front of me.
Okay. In that data request, we probed a statement made by Mr. Hines in his pre-filed testimony regarding the need to add new resources with, quote, critical reliability attributes, unquote. And in response to a question asking for definition of what constitutes critical reliability attributes,
you provided an answer stating that, quote, some critical reliability attributes include long duration generation capacity, dispatchability, high capacity factors, and not having a fuel source that is dependent upon variable conditions such as wind and sunlight, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. Northwestern has not studied or quantified wind and solar telemetry data from its balancing authority area or nearby BAAs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that understanding the extent and timing of periods with no available wind or solar resources is necessary to understand potential capacity contributions of those resources?
I agree in some part. I just want to clarify, as we advance planning methodologies and the RAP program, RAP is evaluating the region and the contribution of the region's portfolio to determine the capacity accreditations.
Okay, and can you say a little bit more about how that will play into Northwestern's future planning efforts with respect to understanding capacity contributions of those types of renewable resources?
Absolutely. So, as we move forward with planning and using the RAP methodology, previously, and I think there was a lot of discussion by Arnie Olson on ELCCs on our own system. So that's one methodology to make sure our system is, if it was isolated, it's capacity sufficient. RAP has now developed kind of more of a regional based program that looks regionally and gives regional accreditations by region to your facilities.
Okay. Going back to, sorry, just a minute. I got to find my place here. Going back to the response you provided to RNW 6, would you agree that dispatchable high capacity factor generation, such as energy storage resources, can also provide, quote, critical reliability attributes, unquote?
I think energy storage is what's called an energy limited resource. And so that means you have to, in order to provide those reliability attributes by energy storage, you also have to have a source to charge it from.
Understood. Assuming a source to charge it from, does it fall into that category of critical reliability attributes?
I would say it can, and it also depends on how much and the duration of that energy storage.
Got it.
Yes.
Is energy storage commonly co-located with other forms of generation?
It can be.
In your experience, has it been?
I would say I've seen it both ways. It can be co-located with other generation, and it can be standalone.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mr. Unruh's pre-filed testimony in this docket?
Not entirely, as it was kind of outside my scope when I prepared my testimony.
Okay. Can I direct you to that testimony at page 18?
Sure.
Mr. President, I'm just going to generally object at this point, having not heard the question, but recognizing that Mr. Schaefer just indicated he's not familiar with Mr. Unruh's testimony.
Mr. President, may I respond? So I plan to ask this witness general questions about observations made in Mr. Unruh's testimony. If he's not able to provide an answer, then he's not able to provide an answer.
I would have to tend to agree with Northwestern that if he's not familiar with the testimony, perhaps you should recalculate your question to specific issues and not tied into any testimony.
Okay.
So it's overruled based on it. Feel free to reformulate your question.
Okay, I will do that. Mr. Schaefer, are you generally familiar with how Northwestern's gas resources performed during two peak winter events during December of 2022 and January of 2024?
To be honest, I'm aware of those. I do not recall exact performances of each of the generation units.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that natural gas generation across Northwestern's BAA averaged only 73% of nameplate capacity during those events?
Again, I don't know the circumstances, why they may have performed, if that's what they performed at. I cannot, confirm or deny your response to that.
Okay, fair enough. I will move on from this issue. Do you know what accredited winter capacity Northwestern currently attributes to natural gas generation within its system?
It varies by natural gas technology. And again, as we switch to RAP, we use RAP. We submit hourly data to RAP, and RAP provides our accreditations for those generators.
Okay, so you don't know what that specific winter capacity is?
Subject to check, I want to say it ranges, depending on technology, from 98.5% to above 99%.
Okay. And do you have like a translation of that into megawatt capacity?
So for every 100 megawatts, it would contribute roughly 98.5 megawatts to your peak on general.
Understood. Thank you. I was going to tie this into the prior questions about those two peak winter events, but since you're not familiar with the specifics of those, I'm going to ask this as a general question. Generally speaking, does performance below accredited capacity and such as was seen in those two peak events have the potential to result in reduction of accredited winter capacity for thermal generators?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. I didn't hear this witness testify that those resources performed below their limits.
I will rephrase the question. As a general matter, does performance below accredited capacity have the potential to result in reduction of identified accredited winter capacity for thermal generators?
I'd have to refer now to its RAP business practice manual. I believe it's 105.
Okay.
That does the standardized processes for planning. And so I just want to note, every resource may or may not achieve their accredited capacity. And it's on average, and there's a planning reserve margin as well, right?
Right. And did I take it correctly from your testimony that RAP's accreditation, has that been a relatively recent shift in the way capacity is accredited across Northwestern system?
I would say as recent, it would be recent in the last several years. So it is a newer shift as the RAP program comes into effect.
And are you aware of any changes to accredited winter capacity for Northwestern's thermal generators within its system over that time period?
I cannot answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Northwestern has not studied or contracted to study ELCC values for long duration storage, correct?
I believe previously that is correct.
Okay. Is there any change to that you're aware of?
I think RAP has some accreditations for energy storage longer durations, so that's why I was stated it the way I did.
Okay. Those are not specific to Northwestern system, however.
That is correct.
Okay. And Northwestern also has not studied pricing for storage technologies such as 100-hour ion air battery systems, correct?
I don't think it was previously studied in our last IRP. It's something we're considering in this IRP round, though.
Okay. In the 2019 Electric Supply Resource Procurement Plan, market sales of energy within PowerSim were constrained to no more than 10% over annual customer load to prevent the model from overbuilding resources for the express purpose of selling energy to the market. Is that right?
Again, I can't really confirm or deny. It's, as I said, I can talk in generalities about some of this, but if that's what it says, I'll take your word.
If I could just refresh your recollection by directing you to data request RNW 12.
You are correct. Thank you.
All right. And can I just confirm that you provided that response?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. What's that?
And sorry, Council, just to clarify, RNW 12A. specifically.
Correct. And why don't I just go ahead and read that question into the record so it's clear. RNW 12 referred to the 2019 Electricity Supply Resource Procurement Plan and states Northwestern describes how market sales of energy within PowerSim were constrained to no more than 10% over annual customer load. And part A was, please confirm the intent of this constraint was to prevent the model from overbuilding resources for the express purpose of selling energy in the market. And the response to part A was confirmed.
Correct.
Mr. Schaefer, I believe you were here yesterday. Did you listen to the testimony of Mr. Steinmetz?
I was not here in person. I did listen to a majority of Simon's testimony.
Okay. Do you recollect the colloquy between Mr. Steinmetz and my colleague, Ms. Chilcott, in which she asked him whether market sales benefit customers?
I can't recall the specifics of that.
Okay. Do you know whether market sales benefit customers, Northwestern's customers, that is?
When generators are dispatched to the market and there's a delta, meaning that the price of the market is higher than the dispatch cost of that generator, then that is correct, that the energy revenues from the market go back, I believe, through the PCAM tracker to customers.
Great. And when those conditions are present, that benefit to customers or the benefit they see from the PCAM on their bills is not reduced as market sales increase. Is that correct?
Let me just make sure I understand. You're stating that customer bills are not reduced when market sales increase?
Let me rephrase, that was inelegant. The benefit to customers occurs as long as the conditions are present that you just described, regardless of whether market sales increase or not.
So if that benefit is there when there are market sales, I'll state it that way.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know whether it is common practice within the region when a utility is engaging in planning for it to constrain energy sales, as was done here, without reference to the ability on the system to move energy to its customers or the market? So without reference to transmission constraints.
Can you restate that one more time? I want to make sure I answer that correctly.
Yeah. Are you aware of other utilities within the region, or if it is common practice among other utilities within the region, within their modeling, to constrain energy capacity expansion without respect to transmission constraints?
Objection misstates the testimony. I don't believe Mr. Schaefer testified that Northwestern hasn't considered transmission constraints. I believe he testified we have.
This was with respect to a central argument that Renewable Northwest is making in its case in chief. Mr. Schaefer testified that he is not specifically familiar with Mr. Unruh's testimony, and so I'm asking him a conceptual question.
I think my objection stands because it still misstates the testimony. Mr. Schaefer's testimony.
Mr. Schaefer doesn't have testimony on this topic.
Testimony here today.
All right, Mr. Schaefer, let's make sure we get this right. Would you?
Before we do that, I'd like to sustain the objection. So your question should follow that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to go back to a prior question I asked, which was that, and this relates back to Renewable Northwest data request number 12, that in the 2019 IRP, market sales of energy within PowerSim were constrained to no more than 10% over annual customer load to prevent the model from overbuilding resources for the express purpose of selling energy in the market. And you affirmed that your data response confirmed that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware if that type of constraint is common practice within the region among other utilities?
I'm not, I don't know what other utilities are doing as far as how they're constraining their transmission systems at this point, so I can't answer your question.
Okay. Northwestern has not studied the effect that increased transmission capacity could have on reducing the probability of loss of load, correct?
I would also, that is correct. And I also just want to preface that with, you know, right now, transmission is access to a market. So we view that currently as an energy resource, if that makes sense, not a resource adequacy rep. I mean, not a resource adequacy, you know, capacity resource.
Got it. Do you have anything? I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Is there further cross-examination from interveners? Is there cross-examination from commissioners?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please. Commissioner Fielder, did you hear me?
Sorry about that, Mr. President. Hello, Mr. Schaefer. This is Jennifer Fielder. I believe you and I spoke on the record about the AMI project during the 2022 rate proceeding. Is that correct?
I think I'm trying to recall if that, I believe so.
Okay.
Correct.
And so your testimony in large part that you pre-filed here, your direct testimony was in response to Commission Order 7860Y as part of that 2022 rate proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you please just summarize your recollection of what the concerns or issues were that the commission raised at that time in terms of why we put the requirement in the order that compelled your follow-up?
The commission was looking for analysis to basically understand the investment of the AMI project in general.
Okay, and I actually was the commissioner that moved the amendment to the draft order that put this requirement in place. And my concern at that time, or my interest at that time, was to try to pin down how much of the meter project basically resulted in what I would describe as stranded costs. In other words, what percentage of the meters were at or near end of life and due for replacement of some sort, and what percentage were below that midpoint of at or near end of life. Does that conversation ring any bells with you?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, terrific. We're on the same page then. Okay, so at that time, and I really do appreciate the detail that you've provided in your testimony. It's very helpful. But it seems like it's different. I'm getting different data now than what you provided in your testimony then. Can you tell me, did you have to generate new data to get to drill down on this, or did you not have the available data at that time when you testified?
I would kind of ask Vice President Fielder if I may if we could talk some specifics on the data differences.
Sure. And I don't have the 2022 rate case open in front of me, and I doubt that you do as well. But as I recall, your testimony was at that time that there was a fairly significant portion of the older meters, I think you called them AMRs, that were at or near end of life. And I believe it was somewhere around 45%, possibly 50% that were identified by Northwestern as at or near end of life at that time. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And then, and my recollection is that the lifespan of those was a 30-year lifespan, according to your testimony, and that at or near end of life was considered 15 years or older. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's correct. I think there's two things. There's probably a depreciation life, and there's probably a design life. And I can't recall the specifics in that. But design life of that was, I believe, about 15 or 20 years on a solid state or electronic meter.
Okay. And my understanding was we were talking about useful life. So because your testimony went to, hey, if we don't replace these now, they could fail. We don't want to wait until their end of life and they fail. So it really wasn't a book value or a depreciation life we were speaking about. It was their useful life, correct?
Yeah, I kind of want to see back my 2022 testimony to verify the 30-year, because I don't recall that.
Oh, that's fine. And I could be misremembering that number as well. But where I'm going is that the data that's provided in your testimony now surprised me, because it identified a life of 20 years, and it said that in 2018, 42.4% of the meters were older than 20 years. And then by 2021, 50% were older than 20 years. That's your testimony now, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm just seeing a fairly significant disparity in what you told us then with the record in the testimony and in the case identified somewhere around half of the meters at or near end of life, which meant they were at the halfway point of their life cycle or older. And this testimony is now saying that roughly half of them in 2021 were actually at or exceeding their end of life. Does that is my description there accurate, or am I wrong with how I'm interpreting this?
Again, I think to do this right, we'd have to do a side-by-side comparison and make sure the data sets are the same. But you know, this is our asset inventory snapshot as of 2018 with the vintage count with that.
Okay, did you have that 2018 data available to you then back in 2022, or is this new data that you had to generate for this filing?
It's not new data that I generated from this filing, but I can't recall if it was put together in 2019 or not, but it should have been prior. But I think we're still confusing the 30-year versus 20-year thing. But I think in both of my cases, approximately half of the meters are beyond their useful life, and that assumed useful life was 20 years.
Okay.
Is my assumption.
Okay. Just for my understanding, is the depreciation life longer or shorter than the useful life, design life?
My understanding, the depreciation life right now is longer on the AMR asset account, but I also, as I stated in my testimony, that you know the AMR asset account also includes other equipment associated with metering in there, not just the meter themselves. And I, you know, can't comment on how the finance guys come up with depreciated life.
Okay. And I did read your testimony on that subject with those additional costs, so appreciate that. So what I am trying to determine here is how many of the meters were removed that were not at or near end of life. In other words, were still had half their life expected life use or design life left. Can you answer that?
Yeah, I might have to pull up a data request that shows my analysis to get the exact meter number included in the meter plant analysis.
Okay. Yes. The information may be buried somewhere in those data requests. So if you can point me to where I can find this, what I am trying to determine is basically what was the stranded cost of meters that were still useful but were removed anyway for the new meter upgrade project. So if you could point me to that information, that would be really helpful.
I'm going to go pull up PSC, double check their data request on PSC 034. And just see if it was in this one. And there's one more data request. I got to double check to see if it's in that one as well. I think this was overall savings cost. So it just showed the cost of that. So hold on one second. There's a couple data requests associated with that. Well, this is not helpful. It's in LCG 001 is where I'm going to go. And so let me know when you have that brought up.
Uh, Go ahead and tell me what it says. I don't think I'm going to try to bring it up given the size of my screen here and the the other testimony I want to keep on screen.
You know, there's a grand total of how many customers we have. And then we have a cost per basically assumed plant estimation by class. And so we come up with basically the percent that a plant that's going to be replaced by the AMR or AMI project.
Okay.
And so if and I can kind of go back to my testimony, you know, I believe we can kind of calculate the number, but give me 1 second here. So we have two different views. One is the electric plant, one is the gas plant. And so on JRS dash 24, you know, prior to starting the project, you know, we have an underappreciated plant value is how we looked at this. And so the plant that we were replacing with AMI would cost about $14.3 million of undepreciated book value for the AMR plant, and about $11.4 million for the gas plant, which is the gas ERT module. And so if you kind of look at it all together, you know, that's the plant that would be replaced. You know, the underappreciated plant, or the plant that is still in our book value of the project, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And I think, you know, we can get into all the numbers and the quantities and the details. If you kind of sum everything up, those are the two numbers on JRS-24, the estimated underappreciated plant that we would be replacing with the entire AMI project. Does that help, or is that what you were? Oh. So in total, it was about $25.8 million of plant that still had useful book life.
Sorry about that. I'm back here. Can you hear me, Mr. Schaefer?
I can.
Okay, great. So your testimony also went on and discussed the cost efficiencies achieved by the AMI upgrade project, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you nutshell how those cost efficiencies compared to the stranded costs and the overall costs of the project?
Yes. So again, I'll just kind of refer to the summary on JRS-24, but right now there's kind of the real tangible savings out of the gate with an AMI deployment, and that's really labor. So it's meter reading and it's service orders. And so, you know, basically looking at a 15-year net present value of those two items, there was an estimate of potential savings of $35 million. And just so you know, how I came up with the numbers is I took the actual meter reading deductions and the service orders saved between Butte and Missoula because we had enough. We've been fully deployed in those areas for quite some time. They're our first areas of deployment. So I took actual cost savings from those two areas and figured out an estimate for a savings per meter to come up with that total.
Okay, what was the savings per meter?
It was a time savings, and I believe it was, you know, let me go to it, on JRS 22. the average, or let's go to JRS for the table, JRS 23. And it should be 3.08 minutes per meter annually saved based on the Butte and Missoula, and that should be minutes, 3.08 minutes.
I see.
Saved, and then on the gas it was 3.94 minutes per meter on an annualized basis.
Okay, so that's a correction to your
I do need to
your
correct
testimony.
that. Thank you.
So that's JRS 23. Can you describe the correction for us so we can get that noted?
So the correction in this is it should say total minutes reduced per meter to date. It currently says total hours reduced per meter to date.
And that's JRS 20, the table on JRS 23, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. And then compared to the cost efficiencies or cost savings, what was the total cost of the project?
The total cost of the project, again, we're just wrapping up deployment. I believe the overall project is about $100 million to date.
So roughly 100 million, but I think it was estimated to be somewhere up around 138 million. Is that number correct?
I believe this portion is 114 million is our projected budget for this AMI deployment.
Okay. Okay. And so 114 million for the implementation and $35 million in savings.
That's correct.
But you would have had to upgraded or replace several of these meters at least half of them at this point anyway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to say regarding that calculation when we're comparing the cost of the project to the savings to, I guess, the lifespan of where you were at to get us to stranded costs?
You know, I do want to just add a few notes too is, you know, as you look at the cost of the project, there's that concept of mass deployment. And so if you think about it, you know, the guys out in the field were trying to deploy 30 meters a day. So roughly 1 meter every, I believe it's 16 minutes. And so if you think about trying to do an asset type replacement program where you're now jumping around, you know, and I'm going to use some rough general numbers that are fairly close. We spent $100 million today. I believe the installation was between 20 and 25% of that. And so, you know, just that increase of 8 minutes per install is roughly, if you were looking at everything, it's roughly 150% increase in labor costs to do installs. And so, you know, as you go through, I think there's a couple components we need to just be aware of is, if we were not doing a mass deployment, our installs per customer would go up. I also want to comment too, that when we put together this contract, we were able to secure really good fixed pricing for our customers, and that fixed pricing we negotiated throughout COVID. So everybody's costs went up, but we were able to continue with our contract at that fixed rate for both installs. The project did get lengthened, but our contractor cost did not go up with that lengthened contract. We negotiated through that. And so as you look at this overall kind of concept, there was kind of two thoughts when we were putting this together and the decisions that were made. Number one is, you know, we have an asset life issue we need to address one way or another. And then the second thing, is this the right time for a technology upgrade? If so, how do we deploy that technology most efficiently to reduce the overall capital costs of the project? Because as we deploy inefficiently, or should we, the cost per customer goes up. And so I just wanted to kind of point that out, and the fixed pricing of a contract, the mass deployment, the efficiency gains with it, keeps costs throughout this project very reasonable. So I'm just wanted to end with that statement. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, I think I just have two more questions and they're related. Are you tracking these assets now by individual serial number or some way to identify your meters so that you know when they were installed and can identify, which ones may fail or be replaced, or so do you have a good asset inventory of these things so you know which ones were put in when?
We do have an asset inventory for this, but I do want to point to is meters may get removed and put back in inventory and reinstalled somewhere else. And so, but the meter manufacturing date and the serial number is in our inventory.
Okay. And did you have that on the AMRs as well, that same information?
AMR is kind of a little bit different because there's two components. There's on the electrical, it's the same thing. So we did have that up to a point, but some of this predated our technology. So I don't know the exact date, but we did have a meter inventory tracking system, and you can see that in my testimony on that meter inventory graph. So we know what's installed and the life associated with those meters. But on the gas side, it was a little bit different because we have gas meter life in our inventory, and the gas has an ERT module associated with it that has a different life and inventory with it. And so we had to rely on some manufacturer data to come up with ERT manufacturer date. We do have all the serial numbers previously. We just didn't necessarily have the manufacturer date of that ERT, but we do moving forward.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Schaefer. Mr. President, I suppose that Northwestern's counsel will have to move the correction to Mr. Schaefer's testimony on JS 23. It looks like a couple places associated with that table where a correction is necessary. Thanks, Mr. President.
You bet. Do other commissioners have cross for this witness? I just have a quick one. Renewable Northwest raised the issue of natural gas coming in lower than the rating. And he said that was from RAP, or was that from base plate?
So I just want to make sure I understand it right. Renewable Northwestern Energy said there was a time that the generator didn't perform to its accredited capacity, is what I heard.
I believe that was general for natural gas in the region.
I think my understanding was for a specific event.
Okay. During the specific event, are you thinking January 24, or what are you thinking?
That was, I think, where it was going, was a specific event on a specific performance of a generator.
Okay. Did you take the accredited amount to reflect that some natural gas plants could not respond, either mechanical or fuel problems, or did not, or probably a combination, but did not because of where they were in the dispatch queue?
I would say, I'm going to rephrase this a little bit. For long-term planning, we look at specific events, but for long-term planning, we look at forced outages and probabilities. And right now, we work with RAP for the accreditation of those resources. And so RAP takes in consideration outages in their analysis, and they come up with the average accreditation you should expect from your natural gas fleet, depending on your generator type. So it's an average across the region for the accreditation. Did I answer that?
Well, I think so. I'm going to follow up. I was hoping to be done, but now look what you've done. Okay, so your answer is, as I understand it, just correct me if I'm wrong, that the accreditation is general, but they do look at forced outages, which would to some degree, lower the average for the reliability quotient.
That is correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Or does staff have any questions of this witness?
Yes, I have two quick questions. Follow up to Vice President Fielder's questions about the Montana meter upgrade project. In response to Vice President Fielder, I believe you said that Northwestern is just wrapping up AMI deployment. Can you give me an expected completion date of the Montana meter project?
I'll give you the date, just the rough numbers right now is, we currently, I believe, have about 97.5% of our electric meters on this AMI system. And then I think it's about 75+% of natural gas. The difficulties getting the last few percent is hard. I'm not sure if the mesh technology will work in rural areas. And so there's power line carrier, and we currently have some of that deployed. And so when we talk about AMI, there's also different technologies. And then Kalispell is a very large gas only area. There are gas only solutions. And we're going to continue evaluating that. But right now, we're not deploying this AMI solution for gas only areas that we serve in Montana. And so that's why the number on gas is low, especially because of gas being, or Kalispell being a gas only area, because this technology relies the gas module to talk to the electric meter that talks all the way back to our system in Butte.
Okay, so it sounds like you're almost there, but there are some challenges to work over. Is there any general date for estimated completion, or is that something you can't provide?
I would say, kind of like some things for, we have some remaining like RTU work for difficult to access meters, but we're substantially complete with this portion of the AMI project, if that's helpful. I don't know if I'll provide a time for the remaining customers as we continue, or the team continues to evaluate those solutions.
Sure. Thank you for that information. Other than what you just discussed about the challenges to finish the project, have there been any other delays or disruptions to the project timeline since it began?
I think the only thing I mentioned earlier was there was a delay in manufacturing of equipment during times of COVID that we had to manage through. So we had to slow down deployment and extend the project timeline. Again, we negotiated with our vendor to keep our fixed costs, as well as installation costs throughout that time, throughout that project extension. So that I want to say it was about a year, subject to check, year and a half extension due just to limited materials.
Okay, thank you for your time. I have no further questions.
Is there any recross based on what the commission or staff asked some questions of this witness? Seeing none. Would Northwestern like to redirect on this witness?
Mr. President, I will make the request that we break for lunch and circle back to Mr. Schaefer in light of Vice President Fielder's questions about the 22 docket. I'd like an opportunity to review that on the lunch hour before I come back with my redirect.
Certainly. It is currently 12:17, so we will come back at 1:45 after lunch. Adjourned. 1 minute, check your phones. Okay, we're back in session. Did Northwestern wish to recross this witness?
Mr. President, yes, I have some redirect questions.
Redirect.
For this witness. Thank you. I think we're good.
Is this area 41? What?
Outside my area of expertise. So, okay, Mr. Schaefer. So going back to the correction to your direct testimony this morning that you were discussing with Vice President Fielder, do you recall that conversation?
I do.
Okay, so looking at the title of the table on page 23, what should the title of this table be?
Total time reduced from service orders to date.
Okay, and so that is a correction to the direct testimony, correct?
It is. Thank you.
Also, in your conversation with Vice President Fielder, do you recall correcting hours to minutes in this table?
I do.
And where does this correction apply?
The last row of the table that stated total hours reduced per meter date should be replaced with total minutes reduced per meter to date.
Okay, and that is all the changes to that particular table in your testimony, correct?
That is correct.
With that, Mr. President, I would move exhibit NWE, if it was. Yes, 50, as amended again.
Is there any opposition to the inclusion of the amendment?
Mr. President,
Yes.
this is Vice President Fielder. I'd just like to ask if those corrections, I don't have an objection to the corrections, first of all, but do those corrections result in any other needed corrections to the information in Mr. Schaefer's testimony?
My understanding, Vice President Fielder, is no.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, JRS 22, where I talk about the table, I talk about it in minutes in my testimony. So no additional changes are needed.
Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none. They're added? They're admitted. There I was looking, I knew added wasn't right. They are admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer, and also in your discussion this morning with Vice President Fielder, do you recall talking or being asked about how many AMR meters were included in your analysis?
I do.
And so how many AMR meters were included in your analysis of stranded costs?
I'd like to just kind of refer to that PSC, I believe it's -34. Do you mind if we pull that up? And
give me 1 second and I will share my screen.
perfect. So you can kind of see in my preliminary analysis how many AMI plant installs there are expected, and that would be direct AMR replacements. And so from that number, you can deduce how many, had a design life that were beyond their design life, which is roughly roughly 50% of those totals.
Thank you. And so just for clarification of the record, this is PSC 34, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Schaefer, your name, turning now to your discussion this morning with Council for Renewable Northwest. Your name appears on the response to RNW 12A that was reviewed earlier.
Correct.
Do you understand that Dr. Mock adopted the response to Renewable Northwest 12A on December 20th of 2024 in a notice of adoption of testimony?
I do.
Putting that fact aside, given your testimony this morning regarding that particular data request, in supply planning, is it common to overbuild generation with the goal of selling to the market?
No, it's we tried to build generation to meet our customers' needs and the right amount of generation to do so, not to serve a market.
Mr. Schaefer, do you also recall the conversation this morning with Vice President Fielder regarding your testimony in the 2022 rate review regarding the useful life of AMR meters?
I do.
So turning to this docket and your testimony in this docket, what is your testimony regarding the useful life of AMR meters?
In both cases, I reported approximately 50%. The exact numbers in my testimony, but for discussion purposes, approximately 50% of the 50% of the electric and gas was beyond their 20-year useful life.
Okay, so the useful life was 20 years and 50% was beyond the 20 years.
Roughly, yes.
And Mr. Schaefer, do you recall testifying at the hearing in the last rate review, docket 2022-07078?
It was a long time ago, but I do.
I will refresh your recollection, Mr. President. May I approach? Share my screen. Mr. Schaefer, can you identify the document that was just handed to you?
This is the transcript of public hearing, day 5, dated April 17th, 2023.
If you could turn to page 2 in your packet, which is page 1257 of the transcript. Is this the start of your testimony in this matter?
It is.
So now turning to the 5th page in your packet, or page 1260 of the transcript. Is this your testimony responding to Vice President Fielder?
It is.
And turning to the next page, page 1261 of the transcript, can you please read the question starting on line 9 and the answer through line 15?
So starting on line 9, the question is, can you please tell me what the designed service life is? My response is, so specifically, gas modules are operated by a battery, and so the battery design life is 20 years. Same thing from our manufacturer for the, it says ERG, but ERT that was installed in electric meters has a design life of 20 years as well.
Next, can you please read the question starting on line 18 through the answer on line 23?
Starting on line 18?
Yes, please.
It says, thank you. And of the half or so that are at or soon approaching, do you have a distinction of how many years we're talking about? And when you say there's a at end of life, do you mean they're at 20 years? Are they're 20 years old?
And can you read the answer on line 23?
That's what I'm saying here. That's correct.
Is that testimony in the last rate review on design life of AMR consistent with your testimony in this case?
It is.
Mr. Schaefer, has Northwestern been efficient in its deployment of the AMI project?
Yes, I just want to kind of restate about the costs. Again, managing deployment costs are very important. If you look at where we are today, it'll probably increase a little bit, but we have approximately 565,000 gas ERTs and AMI electric meters installed. Our project spend to date is roughly $1 million. If you do the math, it's about $176. Again, that might increase as you close out a project. So, 176 to 200. And I just want to throw out there, if you were looking at doing a large AMI project today and where costs have gone since COVID, the very minimum is $200 a meter, but it's between it's between $200 and $350 a customer today. And so again, managing that deployment cost, securing those contracts up front, working through some of the issues and just maintaining costs of projects. The AMI project did very well in this aspect.
Thank you. This morning, do you recall discussing with Vice President Fielder about the savings from the AMI project of $35 million in your analysis of stranded costs?
I do.
Are there other benefits of the AMI project?
Yeah, just to state that 35 million is savings we've already seen and observed. And then, there's additional operation savings that can be had, but also there's a whole bunch of non-quantifiable benefits with AMI too that need to be taken into consideration. Safety aspects, we get high temp alarms back now, and we automatically roll a truck to make sure the meter and the meter socket is safe. Usually that's like a loose connection in the meter base. Second thing, during emergency situations, we can get called back by emergency response teams and disconnect a customer power during an emergency situation remotely. So really big safety aspects. Customer experience aspects too. AMI meters provide outage alarms. Those outage alarms today flow into our control system. So
Mr. President, this goes beyond the scope of my questioning. I specifically kept my questioning within the costs and the stranded cost analysis because we've, I think, heard many times these other benefits. So I avoided going into that part of the conversation. It's pretty clear, I think, in the testimony and from Northwestern's other representations that we have this information.
Is that an objection?
Yes, it is. I think it's going beyond the recross is going beyond the scope of my cross.
Mr. President, Vice President Fielder, I appreciate the objection, and I apologize if we went too far. We were just providing the benefits of the AMI project for the commission in light of we have new commissioners and thought it would be helpful. It is part of our testimony in this case, but happy to end there if that's
It does seem to be outside the original.
Thank you. With that, I have no further questions for this witness and would ask that he be permanently excused.
There's been a motion to permanently excuse this witness. Is there any objection? It's granted. Thank you for your participation. Have a nice day. You're permanently excused.
Thank you.
Ready to call my next witness if the commission is ready. So Northwestern's next witness, we would call Adrian McKenzie, and Mr. McKenzie is on the Zoom and needs to be sworn in, Mr. President.
Mr. McKenzie, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
Can you raise your hand and say I do?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. McKenzie. Would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Adrian McKenzie. That's spelled McKenzie, and my business address is 3907 Red River Street in Austin, Texas, 78751.
And by whom are you employed?
I am a principal with the firm of Financial Concepts and Applications, Inc., or FinCap as it's abbreviated.
And would you please provide the commission with your title at FinCap?
Well, I'm the president of the company and a principal.
Yes, thank you. Apologize. On whose behalf are you here today to testify?
I'm testifying on behalf of Northwestern.
Mr. McKenzie, did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a document in front of you that's been marked Exhibit NWE 52?
I do.
Is NWE 52 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, they would be.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to this exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 52.
Without exception, admit.
Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, did you also submit rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a document in front of you that's been marked Exhibit NWE 53?
Yes.
Is NWE 53 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that exhibit, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, they would be.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 53.
You heard the motion for the admission of this exhibit. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, admitted.
Thank you. With that, Mr. McKenzie is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Do any interveners have cross-examination of Mr. McKenzie?
Mr. President, the joint parties have a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKenzie. Can you hear me all right?
I sure can. Good afternoon.
Okay. I have a few questions for you about that most scintillating of all topics, return on equity, and your recommendations regarding return on equity. Just to start, return on equity is the return that ratepayers will pay to Northwestern Energy's shareholders, right?
Well, not necessarily. It is part of the weighted average cost of capital, which goes into revenue requirements. What the ratepayers actually pay, it'll depend on demand and the energy that's actually sold. So the company may not get back that same amount of equity return that's built into the revenue requirements, depending on how sales go forward.
Okay, that's good, but the ROE is a cap. So if the return on equity is 10.8%, the company can make that. It can't make any more than that, even though it might make a little less than that. Is that right?
No, typically within stated rates, the company is at risk for its earned return going forward. By the same token, it is possible that the company could earn more than that return. Historically, that's not been the case for Northwestern. They've had earnings attrition consistently for many years.
Okay, but this is what you think is an appropriate return to investors.
Objection.
Yes.
Your recommended ROE is what you recommend as the appropriate return on equity to investors in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. And now we're talking about return on equity here because there are shareholders, because Northwestern Energy is an investor-owned utility, right?
Yes.
Okay. If Northwestern Energy were instead a co-op and didn't have shareholders, then there would be no return on equity, right?
There wouldn't be a return on equity. There would be something, there would be coverage. So typically a co-op would collect more than the cost to service its debt as a form of cushion over and above what's required to meet its obligations.
But there
But
wouldn't
it
be
would,
a return on equity, right?
that's correct.
Okay, great. Now, I think I got to this earlier a second ago, Mr. McKenzie, but in your pre-filed testimony, you contend that the commission should increase Northwestern's return on equity to 10.8%. Is that right?
Yes, if this was a litigated proceeding, obviously it's not. The parties have reached a settlement on this issue. So I'm certainly fully supportive of the settlement, but if it were to go to a litigated case, that would be my recommendation, yes.
Okay, thank you. And if the settlement weren't accepted, then you would recommend in litigation that the return on equity should be 10.8%, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talk about some United States Supreme Court cases that have established standards for assessing return on equity. And under these cases, the Bluefield and Hope cases, return on equity should be, quote, commensurate with returns on investments in other enterprises having corresponding risks, right?
Yes.
Okay. And climate change related risks were a factor in your analysis, correct?
Well, climate weather-related risks were not directly a factor in my analysis. I discussed those issues as part of a general discussion of specific risks facing Northwestern in my evaluation of the relative risks of Northwestern compared with the proxy group of companies that I used to estimate the cost of equity. I will agree with you that to the extent that investors consider climate-related weather risks in their assessment of the ROE for the proxy group companies, then a certain amount of that would be built in.
You're not suggesting that climate change related risk was extraneous to your analysis, are you?
What I am suggesting is that certainly I did not make any type of adjustment to my recommendation for weather-related risks. As again, I discussed those in broad terms, along with other risks that Northwestern faces in my direct testimony.
Okay, and Mr. McKenzie, to be fair, you didn't make a specific adjustment for any specific risk in your analysis, correct?
That's correct. I based my ROE on the results for the proxy group, not for Northwestern specifically.
You noted a number of risks that didn't have corresponding increases in the ROE. Among those risks that you identified was climate change, right?
Well, I would phrase it differently, climate-related weather events. So I'm not attributing these weather events to any particular causation. I'm merely reporting what the investment community is saying regarding risks that utilities, in particular, Western utilities face with related to extreme weather events. And obviously wildfires are one of those.
And you're being kind of careful with your language here, Mr. McKenzie, when you say, and that's in part because you're not a climate scientist. You can't talk about climate change in your expert capacity, right?
Yeah, I am not a climate scientist.
And
my testimony does not address that. What I do speak to on page 26 of my direct testimony is the risk posed by climate-related weather events. And I discuss various quotations from the investment community that discuss that.
Okay, and Mr. McKenzie, is it right that risks related to climate change are one factor considered by investors in evaluating an investment in electric utility, common stocks, and debt securities? Is that correct?
Objection.
Climate change.
Sorry, Mr. Hernandez. Objection. This is asked and answered. Mr. McKenzie has already addressed this and indicated that to the extent investors assess climate, it's built into the analysis when looking at the proxy group.
If I may respond, Mr. President, I said climate change, and then he said climate-related weather and said he didn't want to talk about climate change. I want to focus on the term climate change. That's the question. So this is a more precise question. It has not been asked and answered, and I would ask that the objection be overruled.
So you're looking for a definition?
I'd just like him to I'd like to ask the question about climate change specifically.
The definition of climate change?
No. I'd like him to answer whether or not risks related specifically to climate change are a factor considered by investors.
Objection sustained.
I'd like to make an offer of proof then, through testimony, if I may. Mr. McKenzie, would you respond to my question? Risks related to climate change are one factor considered by investors in evaluating an investment in electric utility.
Again, I don't think it's so much climate change that investors are concerned about. I think it's obviously the impact on the utility, the potential impact of weather events, which may be related to climate change. So if we look at the wildfires, for example, we need fuel and we need a spark. And to the extent that warming temperatures create the conditions for a greater potential for wildfires, and to the extent that those warming conditions are related to climate change, then obviously there is a link. My testimony doesn't try to elaborate on that. I'm merely reporting the opinions of the investment community with respect to factors that do impact risk. And certainly drier conditions for hydro, potential for wildfires, those are things that investors are concerned about.
Thank you. That will end my offer of proof. Mr. McKenzie, I'd like to direct you to, and the Commission, to Northwestern Energy's response to MEIC 246. And I'm going to share my screen with you, Mr. McKenzie, so we can look at this together. May I have permission to share my screen? Thank you. All right. Mr. McKenzie, can you see what I'm looking at here? It's MEIC 246, Northwestern Energy's response to a data request?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, the request is, based on your knowledge and experience, would it be reasonable for an investor today to invest in an electric utility without assessing climate change-related risks? Did you assist with the response to this data request?
I wrote it.
Okay. Now, the response says, as Mr. McKenzie acknowledges at page 26 to 28 of his direct testimony, risks related to climate change are one factor considered by investors in evaluating an investment in electric utility, common stocks, and debt securities, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you understood the importance of your response here. This is a response that you didn't take lightly. You understood what you were saying when you wrote this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So climate change specifically, rather than weather generically or other things, climate change is one risk that investors look at. Yes?
Yeah, but again, I think what's important to note is that it's not just general climate change, it's what that implies with respect to weather events that affect the utilities system.
Because investors recognize that climate change impacts affect the utility system. right?
Yeah, basically they have recognized that warming temperatures and other factors can contribute to the risks faced by utilities like Northwestern.
Investors think about this when they decide whether or not to invest in Northwestern Energy.
Yes, among other things, as I point out in my testimony. That's one of many risks.
Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned that it's not climate change per se, but the effects of climate change that concern investors. What are effects of climate change in your experience as an investment analyst that investors are concerned about with respect to climate change impacts on electric utilities?
Well, I talk about this.
Mr. Chairman, mostly in the interest of time, I guess I'm just going to object to this line of questioning on grounds of relevance. I'm not sure what issue is being contested by this party. At this point, we have a settled ROE. And so if Mr. Hernandez wants to, I don't believe he's contesting the ROE or has addressed that in this case. So I'm happy to withdraw the objection if he can identify an issue in this case that he's contesting and seeking relief on that's related to this line of questioning.
Well, the ROE was, there was a settled ROE by other parties. If that settlement is not accepted, the ROE's, as Mr. McKenzie said, the ROE's in play. This goes to that. It also goes to questions about prudence of utility decision-making.
And again, Mr. Chairman, it would be in play if the commission rejected the settlement, but I don't believe Mr. Hernandez or his client has addressed this issue. So I don't think it would be in play for him, this intervener.
But we have, Mr. Brown's just mistaken on that point. We have addressed it, ROE.
I would say that that the ROE is settled in the stipulation. If the commission rejects the stipulation, this line of question could go forward. In the meantime, the objection is sustained.
All right, well, I'd like to ask some other questions related to
I have just been informed that Earth Justice is not a settling party. So does that affect your objection in any way?
No, Mr. Chairman, because I don't, and I could correct me if I'm mistaken, but I don't believe they have addressed or proposed an ROE in this case specifically. So I guess I'm asking, what is the contested issue that they're contesting that this is relevant to? This line of question.
Jason, if we have contested ROE, will you withdraw your objection?
Yeah, if you can identify the ROE that you're proposing here.
Okay. Page 26 to 27 in MEIC's pre-filed testimony of Nick Fitzmaurice.
And what is the ROE that you're proposing?
We're saying that the ROE should be in no circumstance higher than 9.65.
I'm going to allow the information to come in.
I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Before that detour, we were talking about climate change related risks that investors consider when deciding whether or not to invest in utilities like Northwestern Energy. You mentioned wildfires as one, right, Mr. McKenzie?
I did.
But there are others, right?
Yes.
Could you please name the others if you know them?
Well, on page 26 of my direct testimony, I discussed this briefly. Basically, one consideration is water stress. So low water years might be amplified, which could reduce the output from hydro generation. Any impacts on wind, that could also reduce or perhaps increase the output from renewable resources. And then the wildfires, and I guess with respect to the hydrology, the other side of it is the exposure that Northwestern has to variability in market prices when it has to purchase replacement power on wholesale markets. So obviously that's something that the company has been trying to moderate, but low water years could increase that risk.
Okay, and one other point on low water years. Low water years exacerbated by climate change could also affect thermal units that boil water to generate electricity, right?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's expertise. I don't believe he operates power systems.
According to investors, in your knowledge as a financial analyst, do investors consider the impact of low water years that could be exacerbated by climate change on output of thermal resources? And if this is outside of your knowledge.
I haven't seen any comments to that effect.
Sustained. You guys got to pay attention. You got to give me a chance to do this.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
I
sorry,
guess
Mr. President.
I'll offer one more digression here and take another stab at this. If the position of this party is that the ROE should be no higher than 965, that is the ROE we settled on. So I guess I would just renew an objection on relevance because this is not a contested issue at this point.
It could certainly be lower, and we could argue for a lower ROE.
Well, Northwestern would object to that because there's no testimony to support a lower ROE than 965.
We said no higher. And Mr. President, for what it's worth, I have about 4 questions on this line, and then we can move on. I understand I don't want to drag this out. It's Friday afternoon.
After much discussion with legal advice, this witness is put forward and I believe to be an expert in what generally investors are looking at. So based not only on that, but a promise of only 4 more questions along these lines, because they all seem to be very similar, will allow you to go down this line of questioning. But it has to be something that an expert analyst would know, not somebody as to how investors feel, not something that's more germane to what a plant operator would know.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. McKenzie, we were talking before about the impact of low water years, climate change impacts on investors' concern about the risk associated with low water years affecting power generating resources. Now, in your direct testimony, you state that, quote, in the most extreme events, including those of late, utility companies' exposure to acute and chronic climate risks can damage assets or disrupt supplies, which can weaken their financial position and ultimately credit quality. Is that right?
Just to be completely accurate, I did not say that. That's a quote from S&P Global.
Okay, so that's what a reputable financial analyst would say.
That's right.
And you recognize that it's relevant to determining what an ROE would be.
Yeah, it's relevant in terms of assessing one of the risks that utilities face, and which are considered by equity investors.
Okay. Recognizing, as you mentioned earlier, that there are many risks that investors, a group that's very concerned about their money, likes to look at.
Right.
Mr. McKenzie, you also testified, quote, that water-intensive assets like power plants are especially vulnerable to climate impacts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that extreme weather events pose a risk to utilities, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's also utility investors are also concerned about carbon transition impacts. They don't want to, they're concerned if a utility might have stranded assets. That's like a fossil fuel generating plant that they can't get a return on because of climate transition, right?
That can be an issue in certain circumstances.
Like Colstrip.
I haven't done any kind of analysis. I certainly haven't seen any analyst reports or credit rating agency reports that have suggested they are attributing that kind of risk to Northwestern's investment in Colstrip.
Okay, moving on from specific climate change risks to investors, you also agree that climate change related impacts, among other risks, as you noted, have created, quote, a greater level of risk, end quote, for Northwestern Energy compared to other utilities. Is that right?
That quotation is based on wildfire risks. I don't think I'm not sure if I say exactly climate change risk. You'd have to point me to exactly where you're quoting.
Yes, give me just 1 second.
Sure.
Let's see. Okay. Now, okay, just 1 second here.
Just
my screen really cluttered. Mr. McKenzie, you have your direct testimony in front of you, right?
Yes, I do.
Direct you to page 36, line 7. Now, your testimony was that coupled with the challenges of climate and environmental related risk, Northwestern's continued exposure to wholesale power markets and the uncertainties of revenue variability and regulatory lag imply a greater level of risk than is faced by other utilities, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna move along here. Just want to be clear that climate change is a concern to investors. That's the point I'm trying to beat here.
It's a concern to investors, but again, I just want to make it clear to the commission that there is no specific adder or premium built into my ROE recommendation to account for that, and nor would a settled ROE of 9.65 make any meaningful adjustment upwards to consider any risks related to climate change or environmental factors.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. You said that earlier. You also said that you didn't make a specific adjustment for any risk, right?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Now, in order to assuage potential investors' concerns about all these risks that Northwestern is facing, your pre-filed direct testimony recommends an increased ROE for Northwestern's shareholders, right?
Objection ambiguous and assumes facts not in evidence. I didn't hear Mr. McKenzie testify to all of the risks that he's identified that investors' review applied in Northwestern.
Response, Mr. McKenzie said that this was one of many risks that he factored into his analysis. I'm just saying this is one of many, and the result of that is that you had this recommendation for an increased ROE. So for the love of God, let's not go through every single risk that Mr. McKenzie's 75-page testimony went over, but I just want to say collectively, because of those risks, including climate change, he recommended a bumped up ROE.
I still think the question's ambiguous and not Mr. McKenzie's testimony.
If he can answer the question, I would appreciate that he could, Mr. President.
Restate your objection.
So my objection is, one, it's ambiguous. Mr. Hernandez started off by saying all of these considerations or factors are reviewed by investors as applicable to Northwestern. And I think all of these factors is ambiguous. Number two, I said it assumes facts not in evidence, because I don't believe Mr. McKenzie has testified that all of the factors that he said investors look at apply to Northwestern.
And Mr. President, if Mr. McKenzie can clarify in his response, he's free to do that.
And then we can move on?
Yes.
Overruled.
Okay.
Can you answer the question? And if
Yeah.
Can you please restate the question as clearly as you can?
Okay. Mr. McKenzie, as a result of your analysis, which recognized many risks, including climate change, you propose that Northwestern should receive increased return on equity to 10.8%, correct?
Yeah, again, my testimony and my recommendation were based on the results of financial models applied to a proxy group of utilities. So when you say I considered climate change, I did not specifically consider climate change. I applied various accepted financial models to evaluate investors' expected return on equity. To the extent that investors have built in some requirement for a return based on climate-related risk and weather-related risk, that could be factored into stock prices that are considered in the DCF model or beta values under the CAPM. Again, it was not a direct consideration in my testimony, and certainly it was not the primary reason why the ROE that I propose is significantly above what Northwestern was authorized in its last case. And Mr. Fitzmaurice's characterization of my testimony on that issue is totally wrong.
Mr. President, just a second, Mr. McKenzie. In fact, we don't need to have a pre-buttal of Mr. Fitzmaurice's testimony here. Just we can answer the question and go on for the interest of time. Mr. McKenzie, in your professional experience as a financial analyst, would it be reasonable for an investor to invest in an electric utility without considering climate change related risks?
I think I've answered that question. I mean, it's very clear to me. It's talked about in my testimony that climate related risks are a factor that are considered by investors.
So is that a yes or a no?
That's a yes.
Thank you. The end is in sight, everyone. Given the risks that financial analysts identify that utilities face as a result of climate change, would it be prudent for a utility to have some knowledge of climate change?
Objection outside the scope.
Sustained.
Mr. McKenzie, does it make sense for you for a utility on one hand to deny the existence of climate change, while on the other hand, citing climate change as a basis for its ratepayers to pay more to its shareholders?
Objection outside the scope. Argumentative, assumes facts not in evidence.
I disagree. I think it goes to the very issue before the commission, which is whether or not the rates proposed are just and reasonable.
But he's asking this witness to provide an opinion that he hasn't provided that's outside the scope of his testimony.
It's sustained. If you'd like to rephrase your question based on what the testimony is, as opposed to opening up a whole new can of worms here, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Mr. McKenzie, you talk about what a just and reasonable return on equity for Northwestern Energy would be, correct?
Yes.
Would it be just and reasonable for Northwestern to receive an increased return on equity, in part in light of concerns related to climate change, while on the other hand, denying the existence of climate change?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. There is no evidence that Northwestern has denied the effects of climate change. This witness is not here today to talk about Northwestern's actions in that regard.
This question just goes to ROE, and to respond to Ms. Norcott, I believe Mr. Hines said he doubted that climate change had any significant human impact, and I believe Mr. Lefebvre said the same thing.
Well, we can let the transcript, I disagree.
Okay, then if we may, Mr. President, this question, if he responds to it, will end our line of questioning.
He objected, so I'd like a ruling.
Sustained.
I'd like to make an offer of proof then through testimony. Mr. McKenzie, is it just and reasonable for a utility to deny the existence of climate change on one hand while citing it as a basis for an increased return on equity on the other hand?
I don't have an opinion on that. It's way outside the scope of my testimony. I mean, the purpose of my testimony is to look to the investment community, the stockholders that supply the equity capital that Northwestern needs to fund its investment and utility plant. I've seen nothing in the investment analyst reports that I've read that suggests any type of malfeasance on the part of Northwestern's management with respect to climate change. Environmental, governmental factors, governance factors are a key thing that credit rating agencies focus on. So I'm sure if they had a concern that Northwestern was not meeting its obligations with respect to adequate planning, whether to make sure that there's adequate capacity to supply its customers, whether to make sure that there's sufficient fuel diversification in its system, whether it was exacerbating its own exposure to wildfire risks. This would be something they would mention. They do not. I have not seen a single report from any credit rating agency or investment analyst that cites generating facilities as a cause of wildfire risk, let's say. It's transmission and distribution lines that are the problem there, not a generating facility. So that's as best I can answer your question, I think.
Okay, that will end my offer of proof. Mr. McKenzie, you recognize that investors identify climate change as a risk to Northwestern specifically, and specifically wildfires. We said that.
Objection asked and answered, I think, about five times now.
This is just foundation for a question. Just orienting the witness. May I do that?
I don't think it's necessary,
But you haven't heard the question yet. Okay.
Recognizing the time-honored tradition of laying foundation, that's fine. I'd have to agree that perhaps it's been laid, but continue.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. McKenzie, do you know, as you sit here today, if Northwestern Energy's wildfire mitigation plan recognizes climate change at all?
I have not read their wildfire mitigation plan. I know, again, the investment community has talked about the fact that the company has a plan as part of its effort to mitigate the risk that investors see with respect to wildfires. So they have acknowledged that as one positive attribute, but I have not read the plan myself.
Okay. Mr. McKenzie, I appreciate your time today. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do other interveners have crossed for this witness? Seeing none, do any commissioners have crossed for this witness?
I do, Mr. President.
Sure. Please continue.
Mr. Hernandez referred to the Hope and Bluefield Supreme Court finding, and you summarize it briefly on page 5, and I'd like to read that. Just most people in this room are familiar with it, but just to lay foundation for my question. You wrote, in summary, the Supreme Court's finding in Hope and Bluefield established that a just and reasonable ROE must be sufficient to 1, fairly compensate the utilities investors, 2, enable the utility to offer a return adequate to attract new capital on reasonable terms, and 3, maintain the utility's financial integrity. These standards should allow the utility to fulfill its obligation to provide reliable service while meeting the needs of customers through necessary system replacement and expansion. But the Supreme Court's requirement can only be met if the utility has a reasonable opportunity to actually earn its allowed ROE. And so the 3 parts there, they focus on the importance to investors. And then on page 19, it's Roman numeral 4, determination of the proxy group. And then page 21, Roman numeral 4, capital letter B, relative risks of the proxy group and Northwestern. And then I'm going to turn to page 35 for a little more background for my question. Many of the things that you address in terms of risks are things that the Public Service Commission has little or no control over, including things like Montana media misrepresenting information. But if you look at page 35, question 48, it's on line 12. Is the regulatory relationship in Montana an ongoing concern for investors? Your answer, yes, Moody affirmed that. The company's relationship with the commission has been historically challenging due to various commission decisions that have reduced or disallowed Northwestern's financial recovery for items such as lost revenue, replacement power, property tax recovery, and introduce a degree of uncertainty into long-term generation, cost recovery, and a portion of fuel costs. And the next paragraph says, Moody concluded that we continue to view the Montana regulatory environment as more challenging than most in the United States, since the commission has a history of rate orders that can be unpredictable and negative to the credit of Northwestern at times. My question is coming. It says, I just think this is really important. Similarly, in announcing its decision to downgrade Northwestern credit ratings in 2022, Fitch, another credit rating agency, one of the top ones, concluded that a series of unfavorable rulings by the commission to deny or delay recovery of expenses weighs on Montana's credit quality. So that is background. My question is pretty short. So numerous portions of your 70-plus page testimony address the importance of compensating investors and being able to secure loans at a reasonable rate. And so going back to Hope and Bloomfield, with the hope that the Montana Public Service Commission will hereafter better apply regulatory standards, it would be better by the opinions of these people. Could you give a short summary of the importance to utility companies of compensating investors and securing loans at good rates in order that they can better serve customers?
Certainly. And I'd like to preface it by saying that this does not disregard the interests of customers. Obviously, Hope and Bluefield also is meant to balance the needs of investors with fairness to customers. So we talked about this a little bit on the first day in terms of the regulatory compact, the utility giving up the ability to set prices and basically being to a certain extent under the commission's thumb, as it were. But having to provide reliable and economical service to customers. So these two things are not mutually exclusive. Setting the cost of equity at the cost of equity is fair to customers as well. with respect to the commissioner's question, this is a fundamental issue. I mean, Ms. Lael talks about it in her testimony as well, the importance of supporting the financial integrity of the utility. And the reason behind that is if the utility is unable to earn a fair return, and if it is unable to provide the necessary return on capital, what happens is credit metrics decline due to reduced cash flows. The utility will find it harder to raise funds in the marketplace, but more importantly, will face higher costs in doing so. So it ends up translating into higher spreads when the utility goes out to issue new bonds. If the reduction in cash flows and credit matrix is severe enough, it can lead to a downgrade in the utility's credit rating. The closer we get to below investment grade credit ratings, the higher the premium is to borrow, and the less willing investors, common equity investors, will be to supply capital. So these are extremely important concepts. Again, they do not come at the expense of customers because the commission's job is to find that point where the ROE is close to the cost of capital, just like it would allow recovery for any other legitimate costs that the company needs to provide service.
Thank you very much.
Is there a cross from any other commissioner?
Yes, Mr. President.
Vice President Fielder.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. A few questions based on your discussion with Mr. Hernandez first. When you referenced climate change in your testimony, which didn't sound like it was very often, but when you did, were you distinguishing between natural changes to climate and man-caused climate change?
No, I was not. I made no analysis of that, did not attribute any particular cause to changes in climate or weather-related events.
Okay. And you were speaking about investors and their consideration of the effects of climate change. To your knowledge, were those considerations related to natural climate conditions or changes or man-caused climate changes or conditions?
Again, the investment literature that I focus on in order to try to get a handle on what risks investors are seeing with respect to electric utilities does not go into a lengthy discussion of what has led us to the particular set of weather events that we face here. So the issue of what happened to get the particular set of climate factors happening now is not something that my testimony focuses on. It's actually not something that I've seen emphasis placed on in the investment community. They're concerned about the actual implications for utilities. They're not spending a lot of time delving into the potential causes.
Okay, so maybe this moots my next question, but I'll ask it anyway. Are there other factors affecting the size and possible risk caused by wildfires or low water yields? Are there factors other than climate change, whether it be natural or man-caused, that affect risks caused by wildfires or low water years?
Objection, Mr. President. The witness testified that he has no personal expertise in climate change, so I don't think he can testify as an expert to this question.
And if I may respond, Mr. President, I think the counsel who's objecting in his line of questioning made presumptions or indicated presumptions that all of the wildfire risks and low water yields were related to climate change. And I'm trying to get clarification from the witness whether that's what he meant to say or not.
Can you rephrase to be more direct on the very end of your statement?
Yes, I will try. Mr. McKenzie, when Mr. Hernandez was asking you about risks related to climate change, and you discussed with him examples including wildfires or low water years. My question is, are risks of wildfires or low water years constrained only to attributable risks associated with climate change, or are there other factors at play regarding wildfires and low water years?
Same objection. If Mr. McKenzie is prepared to testify about climate change impacts on these things, then I think it's fine that he can respond. If he can't, then I don't think he should.
I'm going to leave that up to Mr. McKenzie. Overruled.
Yeah, again, just to reemphasize, I am not an expert on climate change, but to respond to the Vice President's question, concern over low water years has been around since there's been hydroelectric facilities. This is not something new. Now, are there certain climate factors in play now that might exacerbate those risks? That's certainly possible, and I think that's probably drawing the attention of the investment community to weather-related risks and how they might affect utilities. But low water risks were present long before we had concerns over quote unquote climate change, whether man-made or caused by other conditions. So there have been low water years in my experience working with utilities in the Northwest long before climate change was the issue that it is today. And with respect to wildfires, again, I am not an expert on this, so I'm not going to delve into that, but just in my basic reading of the factors that are considered, there is expanding population into forested areas. Forest management has some role in wildfire prevention. So those are all conditions that don't revolve around climate change specifically.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You did mention that climate change was a factor or a concern for investors. When you said that, did you mean to say that are you indicating that that's a concern of all investors or some investors?
I think the potential impact of extreme weather events is a concern for investors generally in the electric utility space. I think obviously the degree of risk depends on the location of the utility. But I think it's fair to say that weather risks are one risk factor that is considered by investors when they figure out what return they require from an investment in this industry.
I understand, but I think the question asked by Mr. Hernandez is climate change a concern of investors? And I believe that you responded, it's a factor. And my question is it a concern or a factor for all investors?
Again, I can't speak to every investor. Obviously, the investment community is extremely broad. You have everything from algorithmic traders to pension funds to mom and pop investors. So it would be very difficult. I couldn't answer that question, to be honest.
Okay. So you can't say that it is a concern of all investors, or you can't say that it's not a concern of all investors. Is that correct?
Right. What I can say in general terms is it is one factor that one of the broad factors that is considered by the investment community generally. Now, does that mean there's not a group of investors out there that is not concerned about it? I can't answer that question.
Okay. And just trying to gain clarification here, because it seemed like you were drilling down on the impacts that cause the risk being weather related, severe weather related events being a concern. And I think the line of questioning from Mr. Hernandez seemed to reach a conclusion that those were, or indicate a conclusion that those types of events were climate change related, but there is a distinction between climate change concerns and extreme weather event concerns, is there not?
Yeah, as I pointed out in my initial discussion with Mr. Hernandez, investors are really concerned with what happens to the utility system. So to the extent there's extreme hurricanes down in Florida, or a wildfire in Oregon, or low water in Washington, those are things that investors worry about. They're not really so concerned with what might be driving it, although to the extent that there are factors that increase those risks, then that would be something they would also factor into their evaluation.
Okay. Just a couple more things here. If climate change was a major concern of investors, what effect would that have on the ROE?
Well, again, I don't believe it would have any effect on my recommendation. I don't think it has a consideration for the commission's evaluation of the settlement ROE. It is one risk factor that's considered by the investment community. And under extreme circumstances, obviously it can pose an existential risk to the utility's financial viability, as we've seen in California and in Hawaii. So it certainly is an important consideration. But again, I just want to emphasize to the commission that there is no quote unquote climate risk premium built into either the settlement ROE or my recommendation specifically.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me rephrase that a little bit then, or at least try to get to where I'm going. If there was any major risk associated with this utility, like a very significant risk identified, whether it was, say we had a completely hostile commission like was brought up in another state, what effect does a higher risk have on acceptable ROE?
Well, as risk goes up, the required return goes up. So that is just a fundamental relationship in finance. So it would lead to a higher ROE and ultimately, presumably, higher costs to consumers.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's what I was wanting to find out. All right, and then the last question I have, and this is going to be open-ended somewhat, but you did in your testimony address the opposing witnesses' recommendations for ROE. And when you were being questioned by Mr. Hernandez, you began to say that Mr. Fitzmaurice's testimony on that point was entirely wrong. I believe that's what you said when he cut you off. And I'd like to let you finish what you were about to say there.
Well, as I discuss in my rebuttal testimony, Mr. Fitzmaurice makes some very broad and I think unwarranted conclusions based on his testimony. He has statements that basically suggest that my recommended ROE is predicated on climate change, and I'm using that to justify an increase in the ROE that should be awarded to Northwestern. That's absolutely not the case. As I point out in my rebuttal testimony, most of the increase that I recommend in the ROE is due to changes in capital costs. If we look back to when Northwestern's ROE was last established by this commission at 9.65, and we look at the change in bond yields, which is a observable benchmark for changes in capital costs, we see that utility bond yields are up 170 basis points since that time. Now, the ROE doesn't move up in the same degree as interest rates, but it's an opportunity cost, as is everything in the financial markets. I heard Mr. Brown say that competitive markets are ruthless, and the capital markets are no different. So if equity is more risky than debt, it's going to earn a higher return. But as debt returns move up, the cost of equity moves up. So if you look at a 170 basis point increase in bond yields since the last case, we're looking at, at least an 80 basis point increase in the ROE. That's what's reflected in my analysis, not some premium based on climate change risk. I mentioned climate change risk in a very general basis in my testimony, as I discussed earlier with Mr. Hernandez, among many other risks, to inform the Commission's evaluation of Northwestern's risk relative to the proxy group. But it was not a factor that was driving my recommendation. And that is the main objection I have to Mr. Fitzmaurice's testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. President, that concludes my questioning of this witness.
Thank you, Vice President Fielder. Do other commissioners have questions of this witness? I have a couple. I'm still trying to formulate them in my mind, so if I wander off into the weeds somewhere, just call me back. The statement that Commissioner Bukacek read in from Moody's about there being contention between the Commission and Northwestern raises some questions for me. She spoke about disallowances. Are you aware of any major disallowances that the Commission laid on Northwestern in a request, in a rate case request?
Mr. McKenzie's on mute, it seems.
Mr. McKenzie, we can't hear you.
I don't know how that happened. I apologize. I heard your question. I am not versed in the broad history of the Commission's actions with respect to Northwestern's past cases. I am not personally familiar with any particular disallowance in the past. I think what my testimony does point out is the importance of a constructive regulatory environment. There's been a lot of focus today, at least in my questions, about climate change. I would suggest to the Commission that a much more relevant concern for investors is the tenor of the regulatory relationship. And again, I would say that reaching a settlement between the parties is also a sign of a much more constructive regulatory environment. And I think it is an outcome that the investment community would support.
I agree with that, but my concern is Commissioner Bukacek was quoting something that you put into your pre-filed testimony, which was a quote from Moody's.
Right.
Did you hear my conversation with Ms. Loyal about about credit rating and actions of the Commission?
I'm afraid I did not, sir.
Basically, I pointed out that there's been, I believe, 5 rate increases or rate cases since Northwestern became the default provider back in the early 2000s, and that they all settled. And Ms. Loyal agreed that Northwestern made the offer, the commission accepted it. Would that tell you that the commission is in some way obstructing what Northwestern wants, that Moody's would have a leg to stand on with their statement?
Well, I think Moody's, if we look at the statement, I mean, I think they are concerned about factors such as the PCAM. I think there also is some concern when they compare the regulatory framework in Montana. It's perhaps more historically focused than forward focused, which I think is also a concern that investors see as maybe contributing to the utility's inability to earn its ROE going forward. I think the other comparison that might be made would be with respect to regulatory mechanisms, such as capital cost trackers, those sorts of things that help the utility better able to actually earn its return. So those may be some of the factors that the credit rating agency is concerned about.
At least one of the interveners was afraid he was beating the hair off a dead horse, but he did see some twitching there, so I hope I don't follow him all the way down to the coulee here. But would you, and I don't know how much you know about our history here, recent history and frankly not so recent, but judicial rulings seem to be driving much of the issues, not only concern for fire mitigation outcomes that go to court. The gas plant that we're talking about was born in court. It got built and it's still in court. But I didn't hear anything about that from Moody's. It seems to me, and I'd like to have your opinion on this, that if every gas case settled, if every electrical case settled, and Northwestern got what they wanted, is it possible that one of the many other factors that go into this, which is like 6 or 7, I was reading what Moody's looks at, which is the, which would include management of the utility. They just had a major change. The personalities changed. The personalities of this commission changed when I came on. I didn't see any of those things in there, and frankly, they seem to me to be creating an illusion that the settlements which Northwestern asked for and received would not buttress. Is there any possibility that I'm correct on that, or am I missing something really big here?
Well, I think one thing to be careful about is drawing a parallel between historical comments about past commission actions and the actions of this commission. So I think if you look at the credit rating agency reports specific today, I believe they are anticipating a constructive outcome from the commission. There is not an indication from the rating agencies that they are expecting a decision that's going to be unfavorable to the company to the point where it degrades the company's credit metrics to the point where, let's say, they're going to place the company on watch for a credit rating downgrade, for example. They point out the importance of a supportive outcome, but they are not running around Chicken Little saying the sky is falling. So I think that's important to recognize. And as to past settlements and why the credit rating agencies are putting so much emphasis on the regulatory environment, whether it be through the legislature or at the commission, clearly regulation is the foundation for the rates. Whether it's a settlement or not, the commission is the one that approves it and blesses it. So But again, I think it's not so much the settlement itself as the fact that the company hasn't been able to earn the return under the settlement. And I think that is what is driving the credit rating agencies to question not the character of the commission, but the effectiveness of the regulatory paradigm in Montana. So I do have a chart in my direct testimony that just shows the earned returns, the returns that Northwestern has actually earned versus what the commission has said through settlement or otherwise is a fair return. And there's a consistent and considerable difference between those two. The earned returns just don't measure up. And I think that is probably the biggest concern of the regulatory agencies and investors, because that's the source of the cash flow.
Okay, the majority of the reason I entered into this was not to have you draw a final conclusion. I don't think that's possible, but to show that many things affect the actual returns and not just commission actions in rate cases, because we haven't been doing it in rate cases. Every company out there, IOU or Joe's shoe shop, is facing financial burden. They are facing credit costs. They are facing capital costs. They are facing regulatory regimes. There's nothing unique here. So I, frankly, just to defend my own commission, I think that Moody's is being heavily focused on one thing when there are many things that are out there. So, does staff have any questions?
No questions.
Would the Northwestern care to read? Wait a minute. Do any interveners have any questions based on what has taken place from the commissioner staff? Yes, sir.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. You said that if every case settled, the Northwestern got everything at once. I would submit that if a case settles, the Northwestern doesn't get everything at once by definition. But
Once accepted, potato. Sir.
Mr. President, Mr. McKenzie, just a couple questions. Did I hear you right in your response to a question by Vice President Fielder that climate change can pose an existential risk to some utilities? And you cited the California utilities and the Hawaii utilities. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, I mean, the wildfires that were that devastated California and Maui obviously had an extreme impact on the financial integrity of those two utilities. Now, again, we're back in that gray area. You just want to keep dragging me back there to say climate change. Well, to the extent those fires, I have not done an analysis to say that those fires are related to climate change. They are certainly climate and weather related risks.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I heard you right when you said it was an existential risk. And investors are concerned about utilities that face existential risks. I think that goes without saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. And final question. You said earlier that, and correct me if I get this wrong, you said that investors aren't concerned about utilities' ownership in fossil fuel units. Did I hear you right? Did you say that?
As a source of wildfires, or yeah, I mean, I think basically investors recognize that utilities have a job to do. They have to provide reliable energy supplies, and to do that, fuel diversification is part of that accepted strategy. Most utilities around the country rely on fossil fuel generation to do that. Obviously, Northwestern has less fossil fuel generation than most. It's over 60% renewable. So, I'm not seeing a concern from investors with respect to the fact that Northwestern uses fossil fuels to generate a portion of its energy requirements.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. I'm going to share my screen with you real fast. And if you have a copy of Exhibit CDL4, you can pull it up yourself. If you don't have a copy of CDL-4, I'll pull it up for you.
I'd appreciate that. I don't have that. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. Now, this is an S&P ratings article. Do you see that, Mr. McKenzie?
Yes.
It says Northwestern Energy Group, Inc. and Northwestern Energy Public Service Corp. assigned BBB ratings. Outlook's stable. December 2023. Now, here, I'm going to highlight a couple of sentences and read them to you. The sentences highlighted read, however, NWC, that's Northwestern Corporation's exposure to coal-fired generation and wildfires constrains our assessment of its business risk profile. NWC's owned and contracted coal-fired generation accounts for about 33% of its total energy capacity, increasing NWC's environmental and regulatory risks and its susceptibility to potential environmental regulations that could require significant capital investments. In addition, because of climate change, the company's exposure to wildfires is increasing in its Montana service territory. Did I see that? Did I read that right, Mr. McKenzie?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Does that indicate that at least some investment analysts think that Northwestern's ownership of fossil units create a risk?
There's risk associated with every form of generation. So it's not
including fossil units?
Including fossil, including hydro, all of them have risks. They're different, but they all impose certain risks.
Okay.
Mr. President, just an objection here. It seems to me that counsel is going back to his original cross-examination. I don't recall this topic being brought up in other parties' cross-examination.
Mr. President and Ms. Vice President, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do any other interveners have any cross based on commission or staff discussions? Seeing none, would you like to redirect?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one question, Mr. McKenzie. Going back to your discussion with President Molnar about views of investors as it relates to commissions. To clarify, how are multi-party settlements viewed by the investor community?
They're generally viewed favorably because basically the investment community sees that the regulatory relationship and the relationship between the parties that are involved is constructive to the extent that disparate parties with obviously opposed interests are able to come to the table and constructively engage and resolve the dispute through a settlement without resorting to litigation. I think that's viewed as favorable on the part of investors and actually denotes a greater degree of stability and predictability, which investors appreciate.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie, for your time today and your testimony. With that, Mr. President, I would ask that this witness be permanently excused.
There's been a motion to permanently excuse this witness without exception. Granted.
Thank you. Mr. President, would it be appropriate to take our afternoon break? Yeah, we
A
need to.
minute, they take a mile. Okay, we will take, it's almost 3:20. We'll come back at 3:35. We are back in order. Are there any motions?
Yes, Mr. President. The FEA respectfully requests to be excused from the in-person portion of these hearings, reserving a right to file a brief on any remaining issues if necessary.
You heard the motion. Is there any exception to this? Seeing none, your motion is granted. We've appreciated your stay, your wit and your wisdom on the in-between. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we are back with MCC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Northwestern for accommodating our witnesses today out of sequence. MCC would call John Kraske.
Mr. Kransky, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without the purpose of aversion? You are sworn in. Please take your seat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kraske.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is John Kraske, John. Last name is spelled Krajeweski.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm self-employed through my LLC, JK Energy Consulting LLC.
And did you file direct testimony and exhibits in this case?
Yes, I did.
Before you is an electronic version of that marked as Exhibit MCC2. Is that a copy of your direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to, do you have any changes or corrections to make?
I do not.
So if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
I would. They would be. I'm sorry.
And is this your first time appearing before the Montana Public Service Commission?
Yes, it is.
Maybe I just ask you to give the commissioners an idea of some of the topics you work on regularly.
I'd be happy to. I'm a professional engineer out of Smithfield, Nebraska. I have more than 30 years of experience in the electric utility industry, both working as a utility employee. At one point, I was the manager of planning and engineering for a utility that served municipal utilities in Nebraska, Colorado, Iowa. Through my practice, since I became an independent consultant in 2009, my practice has included power supply resource planning, electric rate, cost of service, and rate design for municipal and cooperative utilities. I also involved in Southwest Power Pool, which is a regional transmission organization that serves an area from South Dakota down to the Mexico border. I'm involved in regulatory affairs on behalf of the Nebraska Power Review Board through my activities there.
All right, thank you. Just to remind you to speak slowly for the court.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. And I would move for the admission of Exhibit MCC2.
Without exception, admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do interveners have cross-examination of this witness? Seeing none, does Northwestern have cross-examination of this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Do commissioners have cross-examination of this witness?
I have one, Mr. President.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. Continue.
I actually, Mr. Kraske, wanted to ask you about your affiliation with the National Society of Professional Engineers and the Nebraska Society of Professional Engineers. So does that mean you are one of those professionals that gets to put a capital P period, capital E period behind their name?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you just tell me what's involved in obtaining that certification or recognition?
Yes. I have a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Through that education, which is an accredited engineering school, I took at that time it was called the Engineer in Training test. It's now called the Fundamentals of Engineering test. I passed that test. After working in the industry under the direction of a professional engineer for at least 5 years, I took the professional engineer's exam. I took that in the state of Kansas in 1999, I believe, and I passed. And since that point, I've been a professional engineer. I am registered in the states of Nebraska and Kansas, and I have an inactive license in Iowa. I was registered there, but do not have any clients there, so I put it on inactive status.
Okay,
That answer your
thank you.
question, Madam Vice President?
It does, quite a bit. I just wanted to clarify, was it required in order to obtain a PE to work in the industry under a professional engineer for at least 5 years, or is that just something that you did on your own?
At the time I became licensed, it was a requirement to work for 5 years under the direction of a professional engineer.
Is that still a requirement?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. I just wanted some information about what a PE is, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from commissioners? I have one.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I apologize.
Potato, potato. The question was, what are your recommendations regarding the transmission and ancillary service credit proposed by the company? And basically say that for the purpose of settling Montana retail rates, the commission should assume a Section 205 filing has been concurrently made and approved to modify its ancillary service revenue requirements calculation to reflect the 3 changes: the addition of Yellowstone generation plant, the capacity needs identified by company witness Mr. Eugene Schlattz, and the unit's most likely analysis presented in the testimony of company witness Mr. Joseph Steinmetz. Am I too fast? Okay. You need me to go back over anything? Okay. And then you go into the FERC open access and a filing of a 205. Were you here when we had that discussion and the 205 was wrongly brouhaha as something they really didn't want to do?
I believe that if that was Mr. Steinmetz's testimony, I remember there was some discussion around it then. If there were prior witnesses that discussed it, I don't recall those.
Mr. Hines had
Oh, Mr. Hines, I was not present for his testimony.
Okay, they basically said that they didn't want to, that the amount that they would recoup was less than the cost of the regulatory opening up of everything and going through it again. If they do not do that, which would be contrary to your opinion, what should the position of the commission be?
Well, it's my understanding that that issue was part of the stipulated settlement. In my conversations with my client, with the Montana Consumer Council, the settlement was satisfactory to address that issue for purposes of settling this case. In future cases, I would reserve the right, if I was testifying on behalf of the Consumer Council again, to reserve that issue. Certainly, the settlement does not implement my recommendation, and I believe still leaves I believe it's a question of a backstop where retail customers in Montana are essentially paying for everything that isn't recovered through the FERC rate. I think that's an issue. It was settled to my satisfaction in this case, but I do think that I don't think there's much question that the Yellowstone project provides ancillary services. That was the fast start, the responsiveness, those characteristics of the plant were cited, and those are ancillary services. Those costs should be recovered through the wholesale rate, through the ancillary service rate. Again, this issue was settled, but I think that may be an outstanding issue in future cases. Did that answer your question?
It did, and I just have a quick follow-up. Let's assume that they had done this. Do you have a dollar amount that might be taken off the under recovered and be a benefit to ratepayers?
I believe I had an amount in my testimony that based on, and I.
Not that I could find. Do you remember it?
I think my testimony, I had on page 19, I had an amount of $700,000. And from the company's analysis and the jurisdictional cost of service, and 1.5 million from the existing revenues for the ancillary services.
So it'd be $900,000 somewhere.
Something in that neighborhood.
That's consistent with others. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Does staff have a
Thank you, Mr. President.
I have no questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'll leave the horse alone for now. Thank you, Mr. Kraske, for coming out to Montana. I know you have a flight to catch, so I would ask that this witness be permanently excused.
Do any interveners have any cross based on what the commission and staff has opined on, questioned on?
No questions.
I will therefore remind people you've made a motion, and if there is no objection, sir, you are excused permanently. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. President.
MCC would call Ralph Smith remotely. And I believe he needs to be sworn in.
Is he on? Mr. Smith, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
You're sworn in. You may begin your questioning.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Ralph C. Smith.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Larkin and Associates, PLLC.
And what is your title there?
Senior Regulatory Consultant.
And did you file direct testimony and exhibits in this case?
Yes.
And did you also file testimony on both separate sets of testimony on the electric and the gas settlements?
Yes, I did.
So let's start with the first one. Hopefully before you, there's a copy of your direct testimony marked as Exhibit MCC1. Do you have that?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that today?
No.
So if I asked you the same questions today under oath, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for the admission of Exhibit MCC1, Mr. Smith's direct testimony in this case.
Without exception, admitted.
And then on the settlements, the testimony on your testimony on the electric settlement is marked as Exhibit MCC5. Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony today?
Yes, I have one correction to the electric settlement testimony. On page 3, line 8, there's a typo in the number there. It should be 69.392 million.
Okay. Any other changes or corrections?
I'm sorry, can he repeat that?
Ralph, would you mind repeating that?
Yes, on the electric settlement testimony, page 3, line 8, there's a number that says 63.392 million. It should be 69.392 million, and the number appears properly in the table that follows that.
Okay, so if I asked you those same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit MCC5, which is Mr. Smith's partial settlement, electric settlement testimony.
Without exception, admitted.
And finally, your gas settlement testimony is marked as Exhibit MCC7. Do you have any changes or corrections to that?
No.
And so your answers would be the same today?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit MCC7.
Without exception, admitted.
And with that, I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
Do any interveners have cross-examination of this witness? Does Northwestern have any cross-examination of this witness?
No questions.
Does the commission have any questions for cross-examination of this witness? I just reviewed my notes and I don't have any questions for this witness. Does staff have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
I think we can skip the part about if there's any questions based on the commission or the staff.
I concur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Smith, and thanks to Northwestern for accommodating these two witnesses today. Yeah, and can Mr. Smith be permanently excused?
Without objection, Mr. Smith, you're permanently excused. Thank you for your participation. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ralph. I would hand it back to Northwestern at this point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern would call Aaron Bjorkman, who is appearing via Zoom today and needs to be sworn in.
Can you name Mr. Bjorkman?
Yes, Bjorkman.
Bjorkman?
Yes.
Good. Please raise your hand. You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion.
I do, yes.
Your witness is sworn in. Please continue.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Bjorkman. Would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
Yes, Aaron Bjorkman, Bjorkman. Business address is 3010 West 69th Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And what is your title at Northwestern?
Director of Tax?
Mr. Bjorkman, did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have a document in front of you that has been marked Exhibit NWE 47?
I do.
I'm gonna pause for a minute. Is NWE 47 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
No.
Mr. President, I would move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 47.
Without exception, admitted.
Mr. Bjorkman, did you also submit rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a document in front of you that has been marked as Exhibit NWE 48?
Yes.
Is NWE 48 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you, I'm gonna pause for a minute.
Are you getting feedback from my audio or is there something else going on?
I think there's something else going on, so we're just.
Okay.
Test. Hello? Hello? That's okay. That seems better. Okay. Mr. Bjorkman, I'm gonna ask this question again. I apologize if I already asked it because I can't remember at this point. Is NWE a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you here today on oath the same questions that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 48.
Without exception, admitted.
With that, Mr. President, Mr. Bjorkman is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Do any of the interveners have any cross-examination for this witness? Do any commissioners have cross-examination for this witness? Does staff have cross-examination for this witness?
No questions.
Well, okay. Does anybody wish to ask any questions based on what we didn't say?
With that, Mr. Bjorkman, we appreciate your time, and Mr. President, I would ask that this witness be permanently excused.
Mr. Bjorkman, you are permanently excused. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so with that, Mr. President, Northwestern would call Stephen Wishart.
Can you spell Wishart?
I'm going to pause just for a moment. I apologize, Mr. President. I didn't give fair warning to counsel for the U of M that this witness was about to be called. So, Mr. Wishart, if you just hold on with us for a minute, I'm going to call Mr. Schlattz next, if permissible, to the president. Okay. With that, Northwestern would call Gene Schlattz, who's also online and needs to be sworn in.
Mr. Schlattz, can you hear me?
I can.
I can't see you. If you tell me your hand is raised, I'll believe you.
Oops.
Do you?
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
Your witness is sworn in. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schlattz. Thank you for being here today. And I know it's late on the East Coast, so we will endeavor to be efficient with your time today. Would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
Yes. Eugene Schlattz. My last name is spelled Shlattz. And my business address is 70 South Winooski Avenue, Burlington, Vermont, 05401.
And by whom are you employed?
Green Mountain Solutions.
And would you please provide the commission with your title at Green Mountain Solutions?
Yes, I'm an officer with my title of Vice President.
And on whose behalf are you here today to testify?
On behalf of Northwestern Energy.
And did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
Do you have a document that has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit NWE 54 in front of you?
I do.
Is NWE 54 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
It is with corrections.
Okay. Would you please identify the corrections?
Yes. Generally, all references to the value of 56.1 megawatts related load following requirements in my testimony should be changed to 50.4. This change impacts the following pages in my testimony. These pages are ELS-11, ELS-12, ELS-13, ELS-19, ELS-21, and ELS-24. The same change will impact or does impact tables that appear on pages ELS-12 and ELS-13 and the graph or chart on page ELS, 19. In addition to this correction, there is one change on page ELS 19, starting on line 13. The reference to 4 wholesale customer classes should now be 3 instead of 4. And lastly, on ELS-12, line 12, the value 20% should be 7.7%. Those are the corrections.
Okay, and Mr. Schlattz, do those corrections that you just identified, mainly the change from 56.1 megawatts to 50.4 megawatts, also impact your exhibits ELS-2 and ELS-3?
It does.
Okay. And is it your understanding that Northwestern will be filing updated versions of those exhibits and providing them to the court reporter and parties, as well as the tables and graph that you mentioned?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Mr. Schlattz, do you consider the corrections that you just identified in the change from 56.1 to 50.4 megawatts a material change to your testimony?
No, I do not.
And why not?
Because it basically changes the overall results by approximately 4%, which is a relatively minor adjustment. Plus, it's a downward adjustment. So the change I've made will actually reduce the total reserve requirements and accordingly the assignment of reserve requirements in terms of the total amount of megawatts that have to be reserved by the company to meet the various schedules of my testimony.
Thank you. And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in your testimony, including the changes that you just identified, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. President, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 54 as amended.
Without exception, it is admitted as amended.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Schlattz is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Is there cross-examination by any of the interveners? Is there cross-examination by a commission member? I have one. Okay, one and a half on what was just passed out on the corrected. The top chart shows customer classes and then the allocation of megawatts, fast moving, load following, and flex reserves. Are any dollar amounts to those to the allocations in megawatts? Are those allocated based on customer class or members within the class per?
As far as the allocation of dollars, my analysis focuses solely on the derivation of the reserve requirements in megawatts. So I don't have entire familiarity with the costing analysis. I suspect that would be another witness from Northwestern.
Okay, thank you. And just from my own knowledge and perhaps others, I understand fast moving, I understand load following. What are flex reserves?
Flex reserves are the additional generation reserve requirements which are needed for downward wind ramps. They're calculated over a 30-minute interval, and these reserve requirements are above and beyond the fast moving and load following requirements, which are separate, altogether a separate service. And it's intended to reflect the additional amount of reserve requirements associated with a significant amount of downward wind ramps, which occur quite frequently throughout the year.
We'll count this as my earn while you learn moment. Thank you for that. Does staff have any questions of this witness?
No questions.
Are there any cross based on the interactions between commission and staff with this witness? Seeing none, would Northwestern like to redirect?
Mr. President, no, I have no questions and would ask that this witness be permanently excused.
Sir, I'd like to thank you for your participation. Have a great day. You are permanently excused.
Thank you.
So now, Mr. President, Northwestern will call Stephen Wishart. That last name, as you had asked, is spelled Wishart. Wishart. And he needs to be sworn in.
Oh, please raise your right hand, Mr. Wishart. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
You're a witness is sworn in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Wishart, and I apologize again for the brief delay and appreciate you being here today. Would you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record, and your business address?
My name is Stephen Wishart, Wishart. My business address is 293 Boston Post Road, Marlborough, Massachusetts.
And by whom are you employed?
Concentric Energy Advisors.
And can you provide the commission with your title at Concentric?
Assistant Vice President.
And on whose behalf are you here today to testify?
Northwestern Energy.
Did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
Do you have a document in front of you that has been marked as Exhibit NWE 55?
I do.
Is NWE 55 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to this testimony?
I do. In my direct testimony on page 13, line 13, 53.6% should be 57.2%. I get the number correct earlier in the paragraph. I had it wrong at the end of the paragraph. And then also in my direct testimony, page 23, line 10, you should strike the word currently 7 and replace with potentially 4.
Okay, thank you. If I were to ask you here today under oath, the same questions that are set forth in your testimony, including the changes that you just identified, would your answers be the same?
It would be.
Thank you. With that, Mr. President, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 55.
Without exception, admit it.
Thank you. Mr. President, this witness is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Do any interveners have cross-examination for this witness? Do any commissioners have cross-examination for this witness? Does staff have any cross-examination for this witness?
I do have a few quick questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Wishart. My name is Amanda Webster. I'm a staff attorney for the commission. Could you confirm for me that only 2 customers, including the University of Montana, would be subject to the proposed SESS1 tariff?
My understanding is that there's potentially 4. I don't have very good insight into the company's customer makeup, and that's the number they provided me.
Okay. If I may refresh your recollection, in response to data request UMM-017, you indicated that 5 of the 7 customers you initially thought would be subject to the proposed tariff would not actually be subject to the proposed tariff.
Thank you for that. Thank you for refreshing my memory. Yeah, I worked with the company to develop that response. Again, I don't have any insight into, the makeup of the company's customers, so I believe that response to be accurate.
Okay. Can you tell me if Northwestern or you yourself calculated the bill impact of the SESS1 tariff on the customer that is not the University of Montana?
I did not.
Why didn't you calculate the bill impact for that other customer?
I wasn't provided with their billing information. I don't know their identity.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for your time. That is all I have.
Is there any recross based on any comments by the commission or staff? Seeing none. Would you like to redirect?
Mr. President, no, I have no questions. Thank you. And I would ask that this witness be permanently excused.
Mr. Wishart, you're being permanently excused. Thank you for your participation. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I think with that, we have exhausted our witnesses for today.
So are you on time off for good behavior? Is that the motion at this time?
Guys, yes. Okay. So we can actually turn it over to for Triple Oak Power to call its witness. He can get back on the Zoom apparently. And we can
Yeah. What a Grinch, I was getting ready to go early.
Mr. President, I want to make the point that Phil stole my battery earlier today, so I'm grateful to be part of this proceeding again. It's a joke, Phil. So anyway, Triple Oak Power would call its one and only witness in this proceeding, Mr. Carl Robigo. Mr. Robigo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Mr. Robigo, did you cause to be prepared?
Has he
Oh,
been
we got to.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't been sworn. I'm sorry.
always with a trick? Mr. Robigo, please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
Your witness has been sworn in. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry I forgot about the swearing thing. Mr. Robigo, did you cause to be prepared in the docket 2024-05-053, also colloquially known as the Northwestern Rate Case, pre-filed testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have that document with you?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any edits or corrections to make to that testimony?
I actually found one tiny typo. It is on page 27. It is line 10. I would like to insert the word "of" between the words "needs" and "customers."
Anything else, Mr. Robigo?
Nothing else.
Oh, I forgot to ask you. By whom are you employed, Mr. Robigo?
Yes, so I am the principal of Robigo Energy LLC, a solo limited liability company based in Colorado with office address 1350 Gaylord Street, Denver, Colorado 80206. And I was retained in this proceeding by Triple Oak Power.
Thank you for that, Mr. Robigo. So if I were to pose the same questions to you today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Same or substantially the same, yes.
Okay. I think you need to say that they're going to be the same.
They would be the same, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Robigo. With that, Mr. President, I would move for the admission of TOP 01.
Without exception, admitted.
At this time, I would tender Mr. Robigo for cross-examination, if any.
Do interveners have cross-examination of Mr. Robigo? Seeing none. Do commissioners have any cross-examination of Mr. Robigo? Hearing none. Does staff have any cross-examination of Mr. Robigo?
No questions.
Does Oak Power? Triple Oak Power, there we go. Does Triple Oak Power have any cross redirect of this witness?
No, because then nobody asked any questions. But so at this point, unless there's something else, I would ask Mr. Robigo be permanently excused.
Without exception, Mr. Robigo, you are permanently excused. Thank you for your participation. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
So at this point, now, Mr. President, we have exhausted our witnesses for the day. And so we adjourn early.
We are going to adjourn. It's 4:16. We will reconvene at 8 a.m. on Monday morning.